I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Robert Hutchings. I will be chairing the board today. I'm joined on the panel by Gail Anderson and Richard Whitbread. Assessor today is Svetlana Shabel, and our recording secretary is Belen Rojo. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 2 through 10 on our docket today. Ms. Rojo, please affirm the assessor and the applicant's testimony.
Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Shabel.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mark Newman.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Belen. Good afternoon, Mr. Newman, Ms. Shabel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First item on the docket is item number 2, file number 22-2116. We're dealing with a 2023 realty appeal, and I have the address on the assessor's brief as Unit 109-374 River Avenue.
Correct.
Ms. Shabel, when you're ready, please.
File number 22-2116, roll number 120-976-73500. We are valuing the property as a stance of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition of April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as April 1st, 2021 is $1,952,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property has existing leases. It's an office building. On page number 2, subject property leases, 2 units occupied by Verni Reimer Architecture, Inc. Both area 3,295 square feet. Lease in units 109 was signed in 2013 for $16 50 cents per square foot net lease. And another unit was signed in 2016 for $18.50 per square foot. The subject property located in building facing River Avenue. On page number 3, more air photo and street view. It's condominium building. On page number 4, I have presented office rent comparables. We can see it's several rent comparables. We have in our data 89 comparables for office building. And if you open page number 6, we can see the total square footage leasable area was 292,310 square feet. Weight average for all leases existing in office building, $16.01. Average for net lease comparables, $15.85. In media, $15 per square foot. Minimum was $10 and maximum $22.50. On page number 7, our subject property market income summary. We did apply a leasable area of 6,590 square feet and $19.37. We did apply a vacancy loss 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot. In our overall capitalization rate, 5.8%, give our estimate value of $1,952,000. On page number 8, I just selected 6 of 89 comparables I presented already. We can see one comparables of Vermilo Road. Lease was in 2020 for 7,000 square feet, 7,152 square feet at $21.50. Comparable number 2, 235 Bonnier Avenue A, lease in 2020 for around 4,000 square feet at $22 per square foot. My first comparables on Caridon, lease in April 2020, around 8.5 thousand square feet at $22.50. Comparable number 4 on Buffalo, lease in end of 2019 for 6,000 square feet at $22 per square foot. Comparable number 5, 1450 Caridon, lease 2018, around 6.5 thousand square feet at $20.25. My comparables on Taylor Avenue, lease in 2018, 5.7 thousand square feet at $19.50. So my mean, $21.29. In media, $21.75. We did assess $19.37. Let's it's income expense mailer provided for us following up. It is information I summarize on page number 2, subject property leases. They suggest that rent $17.50 with $18.50 in 2016, but our reference date 2021, it's need upward adjustment. That why model peak $19.37. So our estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $1,952,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Excuse me. Mr. Newman, any questions on the assessor's evidence presented?
Yes. Have you inspected the property?
Yes, I did inspected property.
So then you're aware that what is described as Unit 109, that there are in fact 2 separate premises that make up this role?
Correct. They occupied units 109 and 110.
Right. And if we look at page 3, your photographs, the middle photograph where the teardrop is, that's the entrance to the building, correct?
Correct.
And when you go through that entrance, you go into a vestibule, and on your left-hand side is one of the units, and on your right-hand side is another of the units, correct?
Correct.
So these are actually two completely separate units, aren't they?
Correct.
And when you were there, did you notice the presence of a mezzanine area?
Yes.
So both sides actually have a mezzanine, and so the total square footage that you're using of 6,590 square feet is firstly split between two units, correct?
Yes.
And secondly, it comprises a mezzanine area as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your comparables that you list on pages 4 through 6, at the end of the day, these 89 comparables, you've explained to us the average rent, the weighted average, and the median rents, and the highest is the weighted average at $16.01, correct?
Waiting, yes, for all comparables. Correct.
Yes. And then, if we can look to your page 8 for a moment. So here you've selected, as you explained, 6 comparables out of the group of 89. And is it coincidence that they are the highest rent, or did you look for the ones with the highest rent?
What I selected, I try to find square footage around subject property, 6.6 thousand square feet. That's why my comparables 4,000 square feet to 8.5 thousand square feet. So because subject property, it's around 7,000 square feet. So I try to find biggest leases exist in our 89 comparables.
Okay, but again, as you've explained to us, this is actually 2 separate units, isn't it?
Yes.
And all right, look, the comparables speak for themselves. There's a broad array, obviously, but let's come back to your page 8. Did you identify the uses that are made of your 6 comparables?
These 6 comparables, it's from my 89 comparables spreadsheet. It's a office building. It's not medical, it's just office buildings, office space.
Well, for example, 225 Vermilion, isn't that a giant Tiger store?
In our system, it's office space because office space, it's interior design, how it's built in out inside, interior finish. It shows that in Vermilion, it's $21.50 for 7,000 square feet, and 2020, very close to the reference date, April 1st, 2021.
So let me come back to my question. Did you identify the uses that are made of each of your 6 comparables on page 8 of your brief?
All comparables, it's office use space.
Yes, but did you identify what they are specifically used for?
It's not necessary.
So,
it's not relevant.
So the answer is no. Okay, thank you. Do all of these premises, do they have the opportunity for signage on the buildings?
No answer.
No answer. Okay, no answer. Then let's look at page 9 for a moment, the capitalization rate information. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have a series of questions relating to capitalization rate because capitalization rate is an issue on, I think, all of these matters in appeal. And in the ideal world, I can go through it in detail once and not have to repeat it over and over again if the board prefers.
Okay. In the way of questioning, Mr. Newman, the assessors, of course, yeah. And then it would be considered relevant for each appeal on the docket today?
Yes.
Okay, of course, yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Scheibel, on page 9, you've got the capitalization rate information, and you've got the information in relation to offices. So I think we agree that these are suburban offices. They're not downtown A or B offices, correct?
If you see suburban A and suburban B office space, same 5.6 to 6.9% for 16% of properties
Yes, but
across the city.
that wasn't my question. My question was to ask you to agree that none of these buildings would fall within the downtown A or B category, correct?
Subject property, suburban office.
Okay. And then the suburban information, you've noted what the city's information is. And then there's broker information from Colliers, from CBRE, and from Cushman Wakefield. Do you understand what these brokers consider a suburban A or suburban B building to be?
If you look on Collier's report, quota first 2021, they showed only suburban 6 to 6.75%. They don't distinguish like city of Winnipeg. CBRE showed for 8 high quality suburban offices 6.5 to 7. If suburban B 6.75 to 7, 7 to 7.5. Cushman and Wakefield showed for suburban office 6.25, maximum 7.75.
And so the rate you've selected of 5.8, and actually let me go back. The value that you've shown to us on page 7 of your brief, that is entirely model driven, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the value, the capitalization rate, the model has selected of 5.8% is lower than the capitalization rate of all of the brokerage houses, correct?
If you see City of Winnipeg chart, we have 5.6 to 6.9. 5.8, it's inside our range.
Yes.
And how we select this range by, if you look on paragraph 2nd on top, for the 2023 general assessment, April 1st, 2021 reference days, capitalization rates were derived from model generated estimates of net operating income and sale price that were time adjusted to April 1st, 2021. The assessed value produced by the application of those model generated capitalization rates were compared to sale price. The assessment to sale price ratio were calculated. Resulting ratio statistic for the assessment taxation department income producing models satisfy the standards specified and set forth in the standards of ratio statistic approved in April 2013, published by the International Association of Assessing Officers. So it's a support and proved, right, and assessment capitalization rate estimation was analyzed all sales across the city. So model pick up 5.8% for the subject property. It's inside 20 and 18 percentile. So it shows that 60% of the properties, suburban offices, has capitalization rate 5.6 to 6.9.
And is it your experience that the model typically has a lower capitalization rate based on the square footage of the premises?
Model showed actual estimated capitalization rate by analyzing sales across the city. And when we result ratio statistic for assessment taxation department income producing model satisfy the standard specified and set forth in the standard of ratio studies published by the International Association of Assessing Officers. I repeat myself.
Okay, Ms. Scheibel, you just read again what you read before.
Yes,
But
yes.
please answer my question. Is it your experience that the model generates lower capitalization rates for smaller sized premises?
It's a statistical knowledge showed that property suburban office sells between 5.6 to 6.9. Subject property 5.8, it's inside this range. It's
Mr.
statistics
Chairman,
science.
Mr. Chairman, is there any prospect you can direct the assessor to answer my question? Or do I simply have to accept what she's telling us over and over again?
I believe she thinks she's answering the question to the best of her ability. I'm not sure what you're objecting to, Mr. Newman.
Well, my question was a simple one, which is it the assessor's experience that the model generates lower capitalization rates for smaller sized premises?
And I believe her answer was it's assessed at 5.8% according to the model, and that it falls within the range of their statistical analysis. So you consider that not sufficient or not on the mark for an answer?
I consider it non-responsive.
Okay. Ms. Scheibel, would you have a response more direct from Mr. Newman, or is that your response?
It's my response, nothing to extra to it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And last question on the capitalization rate. Do we agree that the 5.8% is lower than all of the broker capitalization rates?
And still inside City of Winnipeg range, 5.6 to 6.9. It's my answer.
Now, you indicated earlier that one of the leases here was done in 2013 and another lease was done in 2016. Look at page 14 of your brief. And that's the rent roll. And first of all, the rent roll does identify the two different premises, correct? 109 and 110. Correct?
Correct. If you look on page number 2, I show two different units, similar square footage.
And is it also not the case that the lease term that presently exists, that both of them started in 2016 and neither of them started in 2013?
Units 109 lease started in February 2013, and 2016 it's look like step up. Lease for 110 started in July 2016.
Well, what I'm going to suggest to you is what happened, and I was there, so I was able to observe this, is that Unit 109 was the first occupied in 2013, but then a new lease was done in 2016. So 2013 is actually the move-in date, and then for Unit 110, 2016 is actually the move-in date. Do you agree?
Not.
All
The
right.
2009 tenants moved in 2013. 2016 was still not finished yet.
Okay.
And they were still negotiating on lease, because I remember talking with the owner. He said lease will be higher that exists today. That will still process of negotiation. So negotiation happened on July 1st, 2016 at more higher price, $18.50.
So page 3 is your photos. And again, there's no signage on the building for this tenant, is there?
It's only on the window.
On the window of the actual door to the premises, correct?
On window actual premises. Yes, correct.
And if I suggest to you that your comparables listed on page 8, every single one of them has signage on the buildings identifying the occupancy by the tenant. Do you accept that?
It's not relevant. We estimate market rent for similar space in our income estimation. It's not relevant.
And by your answer, are you telling us that visibility and marketing opportunity through signage for a tenant is not relevant? Is that what you are telling us?
This building has signs on window.
And that signage on the window, could you actually see it from the street?
Yes.
You could you? I couldn't without going into the vestibule, but that's fine. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Before we start with questions from the panel, Mr. Newman, do you have rebuttal on the assessor's evidence?
I do not.
Okay, on this property, no. Okay, thank you. Richard, any questions of the assessor? You're silent there, Richard.
Sorry about that. I do not have any questions.
Okay, that's what I thought you said, but thank you. Gail, any questions of the assessor?
I have no questions. They've all been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shable, no, you know what? I'll leave it until Mr. Newman presents, and then I guess we might get the answer on that vestibule. So I have no questions either. Mr. Newman, bear with us 1 second while we pull up your brief, please. And it's Mr. Newman. It's noted that you have entered capitalization. No, is it an expense or a non-recoverable expense submission? Shall we deal with your primary brief first, and then you can present that secondary?
Yes, we'll deal with the primary brief, and I will tell the panel, because you've all heard this before, I don't intend to spend any time on the non-recoverable. If in a specific property there's a need to address it, I'll do it there, but otherwise I'll not take up your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newman. Okay, Mr. Newman, when you are ready, please just pull up the brief here. When you're ready, please.
All right, so you now know a lot about this property through the assessor's presentation and my questions. It is located on River, essentially at the corner of Bryce. This is a residential condominium unit on the upper floors, and it's got a couple of commercial spaces on the main floor. I have been doing this property for many years, and that is why I have the knowledge of it that I do. The 2020 assessment was $1,246,000. Now we're looking at $1,952,000. Two issues from my perspective that you will have to decide at the end of this process, and I identify them for you now so you have them in mind. One is the rent, and the other is the capitalization rate. I'm not correlating with vacancy, shortfall, or non-recoverable, so it's rent and capitalization rate that you will have to decide. You know that the space is not contiguous, that it is split by the front entry to the building. Truly, you go to the building, you go to the door, you get into a vestibule. On either side of the vestibule are doors to the interior of the premises. Each of the units has a lettering on the glass. One of them identifies it as 109. The other side identifies it as 110. The signage is absolutely not visible from the street. It is only visible once you are in the vestibule, and even then it is not that easy because it is a light, whitish, silvery colored color of the letters, the numbers. That is not that easy to see. It is most unusual that you will have a commercial unit split in this way. And within each unit is mezzanine, approximately 1,620 square feet in total, 810 square feet in each of the units approximately. And again, that is unusual for commercial premises. At page 3 of my brief, I note the assessor's use of $19.37 a square foot. I've used a rate overall of $17.50 per square foot. There are two different rates in place, one of $16.50 and one of $18.50. And as I've noted, I've used $17.50, which is the actual average rate in place. I provided to you comparables, and I tried to look for comparables in a general sense in the area. So I picked up a couple in two-story buildings on Corden that are done in the 2019-2020 timeframe. Also a unit at 301 Nassau. And again, I acknowledge that they are smaller units, but they are in the area. And again, I'm not sure whether we should be considering this as 6590 or two units of 85 square feet each, 95 square feet each. But that's something that can be addressed. I want to speak about capitalization rate for a couple of moments. And again, I'll speak about it once in detail, and I won't speak about it in detail again. So capitalization rates represent the investor's expectation of a return, and that's in turn influenced by the risk associated with the investment. And I'm on page 4 now. Investor expectations for appreciation and available returns in other investments. I don't need to tell you that we were in a difficult economic climate at April 1 of 2021. You'll see a variety of headings in my submission. I'll touch on the headings because I think in many ways they're self-explanatory. We moved to a remote work environment. We continue to be obviously in a remote work environment because other than the secretary of the meeting and myself, there's no one else in this hearing room. My point is, it's a sign of how the world has changed, which was there already at April 1 of 2021. I spent a little bit of time with the assessor about capitalization rates and what the rates are for downtown buildings at 6%, for downtown B buildings at 6.75%, and all of the broker capitalization rates are up above the city's rate in the case of this property, and we're going to see that again as we go through the properties. Colliers in their report, and I'm at the bottom of page 4 now, defines a suburban B building as being average to good quality construction and amenities. And I focus on amenities because it's both appealing to small to mid-sized tenants, peripheral locations, and discounted rent rates. That's what a suburban B is. In my submission, the subject is not a suburban B building, but rather it falls into a miscellaneous class of buildings, which the assessor terms as suburban. And I'll show you by way of example what a suburban A and a suburban B building are to assist in that differentiation. COVID led to a lot of tenants not paying rent. Colliers published statistics on that in June of 20. COVID, I'm on page 6 now, led to rent subsidy programs because bluntly, many tenants would not have survived but for these subsidy programs. Why does that matter? It matters because I'm going to suggest to you, and I do suggest to you, that the investment criteria that investors will look at have changed. Offices are not the darling that they once were of investors because now there is significant risk and uncertainty as to whether tenants will stay, as to whether tenants are able to pay the rent, and those types of considerations. So I want to mention, as I know you have heard before, that the Colliers methodology of calculating capitalization rates includes in the sale price all of the closing costs associated with the the transaction. That means the land transfer tax, that means the legal fees. And this is not me making this up. This is representatives of Colliers who appear before panels of this board, making this known to the panels. It's a marketing tool for the brokerage side of the business. The point is, when we look at the brokerage capitalization rates, which we will in a moment, the Colliers rates are understated because the sale price is inflated by the closing costs. So as an investor, what do you look for when you're going to buy a building? Well, you look for the location of the building. You look at the attractiveness of the building. You look at the age of the building. You look at the opportunities for marketing the building, the opportunities for signage on the building. Are you getting national covenant tenants? Are you getting a bank, for example? Are you getting the government? Or are you getting smaller sized businesses who are at greater risk not to be able to continue? And at page 7, I conclude, when you're looking at small tenants, what you're looking at is a lack of covenant strength, which increases the risk. At page 8, I list the attributes of buildings that get taken into account by investors. The more attributes the building has, the greater the quality of the building will be, the lower the capitalization rate will be. And you can see that I list things like quality of tenancy, national versus small local. I've just spoken about that. Location, quality of the site, quality of the development. And I just ask you to keep this in mind, because as we come to some of the other properties, we will come to much older properties in terms of age and different condition issues, all of which will affect capitalization rate. Parking, elevators, if it's a multi-story building, barrier-free access, technology, mechanical systems, all of this goes into determining the quality of a building. The Altus Group has done a significant capitalization rate study of offices, and you see on page 10 in chart form the outcome of that study. They indicated for Class S, which is suburban, a 6 to 7.5% capitalization rate range. Note as well the increase for heritage designation on properties, because one of the properties on this docket is heritage designated. So I've already alluded to this, but if you look at the bottom of page 10 and onto the top of page 11, the assessors at 20th and 80th percentiles compared to the brokers high and low for suburban B. And you can see that the assessor is at 5.6 to 6.9 on the 20th and 80th. Colliers is at 6 to 6.75. Remember the methodology issue. CBRE is 7 to 7.5, and Cushman is 6.75 to 7.75. It's reproduced in the chart form below that. I ask you to keep this in mind because this becomes important in the context of what we're dealing with here. So again, capitalization rate is an issue in this property. The downtown A buildings have a rate of 6%. And so what we're being told is this building with a 5.8% capitalization rate, let me rephrase, these premises, because nobody's buying the building, you can only buy the condominium unit. And I'll suggest to you a condominium unit inherently is riskier than buying a fee simple where you buy the land and the surrounding area. You don't get that with this property. So a condominium unit is being bought here. The downtown A buildings have 6% high and low. The downtown B buildings have 6.75%. This building is at 5.8%. If you can jump ahead, please, to page 23 of my brief. And again, I will only do this once. 23 of my brief. So this is the building at 1661 Portage Avenue. This is a Class A suburban building. Why is it a Class A suburban building? Because of its size and because of its amenities. Look at page 24. The top of page 24, the features. It's got multi-zone climate control systems. So superior HVAC, in other words. It's got elevators, which a multi-story building would have. It's got on-site security. It's got a column-free floor plan, which makes it easier for the use of the premises. It's got free customer parking, and it's got what are described as cost-efficient management and operating systems. That's a suburban A-class building. And if you look at page 26, you can see the photos of the lobby area. You can see the security desk. So all of that is visible to you. And then page 27 is an overhead photo of the building. It's located very near to Route 90, the St. James Freeway. If we then look at page 28, this is a building located at 1781 Wellington. It is a 5-story building, and it is a building which the owners describe as being a B-class building. And what will make it a B as opposed to an A is the availability of the amenities within the building. The point I'm making to you simply, these are A and B suburban buildings. What we are dealing with on this docket today are not A or not B suburban buildings, and therefore the capitalization rates need to be higher than the assessor is proposing. So having said all of that, let me take you to page 13. And there I address the conclusion on the capitalization rate. So I tell you the assessor has used 5.8%. 2020 it was 6.55. This is an older building. It's 2008. So it is getting a little bit older already. It's not a new building. It's not Class A or B suburban. It will bring small tenants and a small tenant covenant, which in relative terms is not strong. The premises are split, as I told you. A portion of the space is mezzanine. Mezzanine space always brings a lower capitalization rate, a lower rental rate, I suggest. And so at the end of the day, what I've done is I've selected and I'll show you this. If you go to page 15 of my brief, there you can see my spreadsheet. It's easier to follow. So I've used the actual rents in place, which average to $17.50 a square foot. So that's one of the decisions you have to make, $17.50 or $19.37. Remembering that the assessor's median and weighted average, etc., none of them approach $17.50. Those 89 comparables bring a weighted or median or average rate much lower. The assessors selected 6 comparables. I've looked at every single one of them. They are retail, Giant Tiger. They are dentist's office. They are realtor's offices. All of them have significant signage on the building, which the subject does not. And it's not surprising because it's a condominium and the residents are not going to want signage on the building. So as you can see, I've come to a value of $1,510,000. Using $17.50 as the average rate and a 6.75% capitalization rate. Those are my submissions. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant's evidence?
Yes, please. We have agreed that rent increase over the time, haven't we?
Rent will either go up or down depending on the market and depending on the premises.
On your page 13, conclusion value, your rent rate $70.50 per square foot.
Yes.
70, not
That's correct.
17.
$17.50.
On page 13.
No, yes, that's an error. It's $17.50.
And you put 70. Okay. So the subject leases was negotiation in different market, isn't that right?
Well, Why do you say it's a different market?
Because it's a lease 2013 and 2016.
I don't agree it's a 2013 lease. I think both leases were negotiated in 2016. And I don't necessarily agree that just because there's a difference in date, there's a difference in the market. The market reacts to demand. The market reacts to a variety of external factors. Your 89 comparables show that generally speaking, the market says the median, the average, the weighted average are all below $16. So I can't agree.
You would agree that leases signed more than 5-8 years before reference date 2021 are questionable, correct?
I agree the leases were signed in 2016.
So we cannot rely on subject leases, correct?
I don't agree. I don't agree.
You would agree that condo building it's a condo building office with condo units building with office space of main floor, correct?
That's what the building is, yes.
And you would agree that sign more important for a retail store versus office space, correct?
Signs are important for all professionals. That's why dentists, for example, always want signage advertising their presence. So I don't necessarily agree that signage is important only for retail.
The subject property condo was built in 2008, correct?
Yes,
So, and you would agree that space in interior design for 2008 condo units high quality?
subjective term, but it's certainly of reasonable quality, I would agree.
You did present talking about downtown capitalization rate and suburban capitalization rate. You would agree that Collier, CBRE, and Cushman and Wakefield separate downtown capitalization rate and suburban capitalization rate because it's two different markets, correct?
I agree. Yes, I agree. They separate them.
And subject property suburban building, correct?
I agree.
Your evidence on page 23 about 1661 Portage Avenue not relevant to the case, correct?
I believe it's relevant in the sense of understanding what a suburban A building is, so as to differentiate the subject from what a suburban building is and the reported capitalization rates on suburban A and B buildings.
And this building, it's just office space, several floor office space, correct? Close to the Polo Park.
Yes.
And your post in 2016, it's 5 years before reference date, correct?
Sorry, what's 2016?
Your posting brochure and on page 23, size 2016. It's 5 years before reference date, correct?
I'm not submitting this evidence for the rental rate. I'm submitting it simply to describe what a suburban A building is.
But it's not relevant to the subject property. It's condominium, office space on main floor, correct?
Well, that's your opinion that it's not relevant. My opinion is that it is. And in fact, what it does is reinforce the position I'm submitting to you that a condominium is riskier.
If you open page, you have 1, 6. Okay, no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Gail, any questions of the applicant?
Thank you. My question relates to the signage that you identified as being a concern, Mr. Newman. My question is the signage prohibited through the lease or through the condominium's bylaws? Is there something prohibiting signage on the exterior door?
I cannot truthfully answer that. I can only surmise a group of residents would not want commercial signage adorning the front of their building, but I have not reviewed the condominium bylaws, so I'm not in a position to give you more than I have.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Richard, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, one, it flows back to the signage as well. Mr. Newman, how much weight do you put on the value of signage when you start to talk about the cap rate? Is it 50%? Is it 10%? Is it 1%? Can you pick a number?
Yeah, and I think it's difficult to pick a number. If you said to me, if you did a ranking of various factors, not so much percentages, but ranking, how high up would you put the opportunity for signage? My answer would be, I put it certainly in the lower half of the priority. But as we will see with other properties we deal with, as we go through this docket, you're going to see that some of those properties do have signage on them. And you know, it is important for commercial offices to be able to advertise their presence and what they do. So I think it is a factor. I don't put it in the highest half of the factors, but I would put it in the lower half of the factors.
That helps me. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Newman, my first question is, and I'm referring to the pictures submitted by the assessor on page 3. I'm wondering about the parking available. So just to understand, this building was built as a condominium complex with a commercial component on the main floor. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And it was built in 2008. Do you know what the parking is? Is there underground parking for the tenants plus the commercial, or is it some surface and underground combination?
So if you look at the overhead photo that appears at the top of page 3,
Yeah.
you can see a parking lot at the rear, surface lot, and that lot. And if you then were to look at the overhead photo that appears on page 2, but more importantly, that shows the perimeter of the property, I do not believe that surface lot is within the boundary of the property. Having said that, there is a row of parking at the very rear of the property that is available. And I'm aware as well that there is underground parking, I believe primarily for the residents, but you do see as part of the rent roll a reference to a parking scenario at $150 per month.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And
May I ask one question, Mr. Chair?
I'm just going to finish here, Richard, first,
Yeah,
please.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the building was built in 2008. That commercial space on the main floor, what did it sit vacant, or was it used for something else and new tenants took over in the architecture company? Do you know?
So I can't tell you what happened before 2013.
Okay.
I can tell you, and I know this because I was to the property in the history of dealing with the assessment of this property. The architectural unit occupied only the unit on the left-hand side of the vestibule for many years. And then it expanded and went across the hall, so to speak, to the unit on the right-hand side of the vestibule, which is 110. And so the unit was vacant and unfinished through to 2016.
Okay.
And to me, that indicates simply that office space main floor in condominium units. And I know that urban planners are all for multi-use properties. They're a big fan of it. We're starting to see more of it, but certainly it took this one a long time to get fully occupied.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, does this architecture firm have any direct relationship with the construction company that owns the building?
So if there's not a construction company owning the building, there's a
Okay.
construction company that owns the unit. Because remember, it's a condominium unit.
Right,
So they own this unit in the building. The balance of the units in the building are owned by residents or potentially other owners. In theory, you or I could own a condominium unit in that building and lease it out to residents.
but does this architecture company have any relationship to the construction company?
Does not.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Richard, any questions there? I believe you had a follow-up.
Yeah, just back to the parking. Is it fair to say, Mr. Newman, that with a 0-0 building to land ratio, there's likely no on-site outside parking? I'll ask that question first.
I think the answer is yes.
And then if you look at page 3, top photo, it almost looks like an in and out entrance on the back right side of the building for underground parking, which one would expect them to have. But we have no indication in the evidence that it's there. You don't know if there is underground parking for sure, do you?
Well, again, I've been to the building, and so my best recollection is that there is a ramp. And again, you can't build a condominium building of this size without providing reasonable parking for the occupants, or they won't be there.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Gail, did I ask you already if you had questions? I believe I did.
Yes, and asked and answered. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Does either party require a summary, Ms. Schabel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
Again, not a summary of the evidence, but just a general observation to you that as we go through the balance of the properties, generally speaking, the issues are going to be either rent or capitalization rate, which is not surprising, of course. But I ask you to keep in mind all that you just heard as we address the other properties. And again, I don't want to repeat, but I just ask you to keep in mind. And again, what I do always is I keep a chart as I go along, and you may prefer to do that to help you when you come to your deliberations. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. That concludes item number 2 on the docket. Unit 109-374 River Avenue. Does anybody require a quick break, or are we okay to proceed?
Would be a nice quick break.
You'd like a quick break, Ms. Schabel?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
we shall recess for 5 minutes. Is that sufficient? I will now call the hearing back to order. Next item on the docket is item number 3, file number 22-2072. Address is 471 Portage Avenue, and we're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. Ms. Schabel, when you are ready, please, 471 Portage Avenue.
File number 22-2073, roll number 130-9613520. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $16,193,000. In that, the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is office building, 9th floor building. On page number 2, has subject property existing leases. We have a City of Winnipeg leases, Brandon University of Winnipeg, Winnipeg Park Authority, and Winnipeg University of Winnipeg. So reported to us in 2020, 145,459 square feet of leasable area. On page number 3, subject property air photos and street photo. The subject property has irregular shape of land, 9-floor building. On page number 4, I have presented rent comparables, similar space as subject property. It will be 59 comparables. We can see total area, leasable area for 59 comparables, 353,239 square feet. Our weight average for all these leases, $13.08, and no and average $12.62. The subject property we did assess. We have 3 different free assessment. 1 second, 3 or 4. Let's look on page number 6. First, it's City of Winnipeg space. They occupied 19.5. Not City of Winnipeg. G. 1 second. G. It's educational space. University occupied 95,288 square feet. We did assess at $9.05. We did apply vacancy loss on $15 per square foot, 15%. We apply 3% expenses and shortfall or occupied space $10 per square foot. Our capitalization rate for this stream 7.6%. On page number 7, we have a taxable portion of building, 32,582 square feet. We did assess at $10.98. We did apply same 15% vacancy loss, 3% expenses, shortfall $10 per square foot, in capitalization rate 7.6%. We have parking structure. On page number 8, income stream number 3, parking structure heated. We have 356 stalls. We did apply $63 per units per stall. Parking rate estimates are net to owner, include all expenses adjustments. So our annual potential rent $269,136. We did apply 7% capitalization rate, so estimate value of parking structure $3.8 million. On same page, we can I did provide comparable properties to 20 reported rental rate for parking structure. You can see it's average heated space. I provide heated and unheated. Our subject property heated space. So my comparables, number 1, heated space on Provincia Boulevard, stabilizing it per stall per month, $82.68. We apply 63. Another heated comparable, number 3, it's showed $120.50. Another heated space on page number 5, comparable number 5 on James Avenue, it's $135.89. On King, $61.59. On Portridge, comparable number 9, heated space $94.81. We apply 63, it's fair. more actual cross parking structure rate on April 1st, 2021, presented on page number 9. I have 37 comparables. On page number 10, we have a city of Winnipeg occupied space of 17,677 square feet. It did assess on $10.22. Same vacancy loss 15%, expenses 3%, shortfall $10 per square foot, the capitalization rate 7.6%, 6% give us 1.6 million. So my summary for all space on page 11. Our overall capitalization rate 7.46%, and our estimate value 6,270,000. On following pages from page 15, income expense mailer provided for us. On page 28, actual rate of April 1st, 2021 for Rice Center Parkade, lot 16. We can see instant random parking $155, reserve parking $175 per month. And more information about Parkade on page 29. We have hourly $8 per hour, the daily $11.50 maximum. So based on evidence in this report, it is office assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, 16,193,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Szabo. Before we can continue, would you please read exactly what the rule states for each? We've got 3 different class codes applied, and that's the way the rule reads. So could you please individually read the assessed values before you come to the total?
Okay, it's designated higher education 7,576,000, exempt institutional property 1,611,000, and taxable portion 7,006,000. So total 16,193,000.
Okay, and thank you. And my second question before Mr. Newman asks, should we go to the third class code 60 other property, that the taxable, that would include the parking structure plus the office C, is that right?
Yes, it will be include parking structure, and also, to example, we see units 800, therapy center, we have restaurant, it is part of taxable. Grant, it's educational, it's a city of University of Winnipeg and Brandon University, and institutional property, it's our City of Winnipeg space, also it is Winnipeg Parking Authority. It's City of Winnipeg leases.
Okay, so to confirm, let's look at page 6. That's that is the OFC, but it's 41 grantable. Is that correct? That's the university portion?
Correct.
Okay, and that equals out at, or summarizes to 7,576,000,000. I'm just trying to balance it with the class codes in the roll. So that would be the top one, G, grantable 41. The second one on the roll is 1,611,000, class code 40 exempt. 41G. And that would, which page would that be on?
It's page 10.
Page 10, okay. Just bear with me 1 second here. So that is the total value. And that is used for what again? Pardon me.
City of Winnipeg leases and city, I have its name, 1 second.
The parking, okay, parking,
Yeah.
right, okay.
City of Winnipeg and they have
That's 40.
Winnipeg parking authorities offices.
Yeah, arcade store, okay.
Mhm.
And the rest is, where would we find the rest? The rest of the income stream for the last one, which is class code 60.
It's a parking structure.
And anything else?
It's a parking structure for 3,845,000 and 60C on page number 7. It's a restaurant in another office space and vacant space for 3,238,000. So page 7 and 8 together, it will be taxable portion of building.
Page 7 and 8, okay. And the numbers, sorry, I'm just going to get the split on that individual valuation to come up with that total at class code 60. So page 7 would be 3,238,000. And page 8 would be for the parking structure at 3,845,000. And the total for those two would be summarized under class code 60.
7,006,000.
7,706,000. Okay, and that's the class code 60, right? Okay,
Yes.
60T, right? Okay, perfect. Thanks for the explanation. Sorry, Mr. Newman, I thought we'd get clarification on all that income stream calculation. Any questions, Mr. Newman?
Yes, I have a few. So, do you agree that much of the university space is located in the basement?
Not. If you open page number 2, we can see university located on second floor. University located on 7 and 8 and 9th floor.
Well,
It's our subject property leases.
yes. So, but let's look at your list on page 2. So the unit number is described in the left-hand column. So unit B020, and I agree I asked about university space, but B020 is in the basement. That's 4,446 square feet, correct?
It's a City of Winnipeg lease.
I agree. Next one is B105. That's 2,542 square feet in the basement, correct?
Main floor, correct?
Not main floor, basement.
Yes, basement. Mm-hmm.
B103, 834 square feet, basement, correct?
Correct.
B104, 5,572 square feet, basement.
Correct.
Go down, you've got R101, R105, skip past those. Then you've got, it says B, University of Winnipeg, 16,056 square feet, basement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, those units that we've identified, I'm going to say to you, they're close to 30,000 square feet located in the basement. The precise number doesn't matter. We'll come back to it. Now,
If you look units main floor, all main floor 28,000 occupied by by University of Winnipeg, and on basement we have parking authority, we have City of Winnipeg lease, we have Extreme Pita restaurant, and another parking authority 105. So it's not everything occupied by university.
yes, and I agree. And you're indicating that the parking is heated.
Yes, in our system it's heated.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you it's not. And I don't know that it matters that much at the end of the day, but you did point us to the advertising material at page 28 of your brief. And although I've looked, unless I've missed it, I don't see a reference to heated in that advertising description of the parking lot. And again, I don't know that it matters all that much, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it for reasons that will become apparent in my presentation. But again, I don't think it's heated. And in fact, if you look at page 28, you can see the photo of the parking lot. You can see the multiple levels there. And I believe they are open to the air. But again, I don't want to get hung up on it. So, and I'll just indicate to the panel that we've got a number of issues on this assessment. One of them is the square footage. So let me ask you a question, Ms. Scheibel. At page 6 and at page 7, you've listed the area occupied at page 6 by the university as being 95,288 square feet. You've listed the area at page 7 that is taxable as being 32,582 square feet. Those pages, they're generated by the system, by the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department system, correct?
It's our records, what right now in.
Right. Did you, for purposes of preparing this, go through the rent roll and determine which tenant is occupying which space in the building?
Yes, we try to follow up.
But did you make sure that the square footage you identified as being in the different classifications was correct by comparing it to the rent roll?
Right now, what in our system, if you during this hearing or new information provided, we usually update records. Right now,
Okay.
what exists in our system, you see on my pages.
Okay, so thank you for that. And I'll indicate to the panel, when you hear from me, you're going to hear different square footages because I think they are different. So at the end of the day, I think I can probably leave it there and simply make my submission to you. And that's fine. I'll leave it there. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Gail, any questions of the assessor?
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Richard, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
And neither do I. Mr. Newman, bear with us 1 second while we pull up your brief, please. Mr. Newman, before we start, do you have any rebuttal evidence that we should deal with?
I do not.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Newman, when you're ready, please, 471 Portage Avenue.
All right, so starting at page 2 of my brief, I give you a little bit of background, which you've all heard already from the assessor in terms of identifying what is the exempt space, what is the designated higher education. Then I define the issues for them. I want to review the premises with you. And so if you go to page 3, I've got a heading designated higher education. I'm telling you that 103,782 square feet are occupied by the university, one university or another. And I'll take you ultimately to a spreadsheet and I'll show you the identification of the tenants and the actual space. And I will tell you that how I did this was to go to the rent roll and item by item by item, you can actually see my check marks, item by item by item. I went through it and figured out which tenant was occupying which space and then took that into the spreadsheet. Because we have a difference of about just over 8,400 square feet between the assessor and I in terms of what is part of the designated higher education and part of what is the taxable. And I'll give you more of those numbers in a couple of moments, but I'm just alerting you to that. So here's what I did. I'm telling you on page 3 that there's over 103,000 square feet. I then identify the premises, item by item, 28,202 square feet in the area described as the annex, which is where the bus depot was located. If anyone remembers the bus depot at this location, they took that space and they turned it into what's called the annex. And the bus depot, of course, left for the airport, and then it just left completely. That space is leased at a rate of $15.48 per square foot gross, and a rate of $5.48 net is utilized. And essentially what I've done is I've taken off the shortfall amount of $10 to arrive at my net rents for these tenants that have gross leases. And there are many gross leases in this building. Next item, 16,056 square feet in the basement, but $15.48 gross rent, $5.48. Brandon University, 5,572 square feet, gross rent $12.50, net rent $2.50. University of Winnipeg, 834 square feet, $10 per square foot, gross. I use $2.50. Brandon University, 2,542 square feet, $12.50 per square foot gross, and a net rate of $2.50 was used. The balance of the university space is on net leases in the upper floors of the building, and the actual leases range from $9 to $10.50 to $12, and I'll show you all of those in a minute. There are differences in the gross potential income between us. I'm at $820,000. The city's at $871,000. And the square footage, the city's at 95,288. I'm at 103,740. And I'll show you that in the spreadsheet in a moment. I just don't want to jump you around too much. Those are the differences in the square footage and the gross potential income for this building. The taxable office, the city says that the taxable office space is 32,582 square feet. I say it's not. I say it's 24,051 square feet. A single unit is occupied at $23.50 per square foot. That's actually the Booster Juice Extreme Pita restaurant that was located on the main floor facing onto Portage. When we come to look at the rent roll, you'll see that those tenants and the COVID information, you'll see that those tenants gave notice that they weren't going to be there and disappeared. Then the exempt space of the city of Winnipeg, we actually don't agree on the square footage on this one, but I'm using a lower square footage rate because the city occupies 4,446 square feet in the basement, which is leased at $8 per square foot gross. I use $2. They've got space on the third floor, leased at a rate of $5.50 net, $5.50 net, a lease entered into in March of 2020. And also on the third floor, 6,112 square feet at $12 net. And I use both of those net rates in arriving at the value. The vacancy, there's no quarrel with the vacancy. This building has a history of vacancy issues. Parking structure. So the assessor uses an NOI of $269,136. The actual revenue generated was $336,000, but there are parking expenses specifically identified in the financial statement. They total $128,000. I'm going to, and so the net income is actually $208,000, far below the $269,000. The assessor's using a cap rate of 7%. I think that's too low when you consider what the actual income generated was. And I say to you two things ultimately about parking. I'm gonna leave intact the parking NOI of $269,000, but I'm going to ask you to adjust the cap rate, and in one of two ways. Either you move it up to make it the same as the rate for the building, or you move it up to 8%. And as you will hear from me, I'm asking you to move the cap rate overall on the building to 8% because of issues that all office buildings have generally. Non-recoverable expenses, city allows 3%. This building is old. It's 1964 vintage. It's got a large number of gross leases. The landlord is not getting full recovery. I'm setting the allowance on this one at 5% simply because of the age and structure of the majority of the leases in the premises. Then I move to talk about the Winnipeg office market. And this is a building which is on the periphery of downtown Winnipeg, of course. It's diagonally across Memorial Boulevard from the Bay store, which is now closed and was closed in November of 20. It's a C-class building. It's a lesser quality building. All buildings in downtown Winnipeg are struggling. The opening of True North True North Square significantly disrupted the market. And I speak about that at the bottom of page 5 and onto the top of page 6. So then on page 6, I remind you of what capitalization rates are and what their purpose is. And then I speak about the vacancy rates in C-class buildings. First quarter 2021, Capital Commercial reporting 18.4%. In 2020, reporting 11.6%. Colliers reporting 18.7%. And the Stevenson was reporting 11.9% in the fourth quarter of 2020 overall for the Central Business District. So all buildings have suffered in downtown Winnipeg. This building has suffered, and the buildings suffer in two ways: their ability to get rent because demand is down. In some ways, it becomes a buyer's market. And so the buyers in the form of tenants are able to get lesser rents. Remote work, I remind you about remote work. I'm on to page 8 of my brief now, and we speak about the different types of downtown buildings. We can leave that aside. Page 9, I speak about the impacts of COVID, the office remote scenarios, vaccine mandate conflicts within offices. Page 10, the impact of COVID upon rents, the COVID rent subsidy programs, all of which I've spoken about before, quality and strength of covenant. Page 13, the attributes of buildings. The Altus study at page 14, their chart showing Class C buildings at 7.75%. This one is at 7.6%. That's what the assessor has given. I'm going to ask you to go higher. We see the chart on page 15, and we see the rates that the city is expressing for downtown B buildings. Of course, this one is a C. And then on page 16, I give you a table that compares the assessor's values and my values. And I'll show you in a moment how I'm getting to each of them. But that will help you visualize what the differences are between us in terms of arriving at those values. And that, of course, is at page 16. So now let me jump to page 20. And here's a spreadsheet. And I hope it's sideways, so you're going to have to change your view. But I hope that's workable for you.
Just bear with us, please, Mr. Newman.
Yeah,
Is anybody able to blow that up?
Just getting one panel at a time, yeah. I do
Yeah,
have my magnifying glass out on the printed version.
Yeah, I can blow it up one panel at a time, like to see it, yeah.
Okay, and so can I. Is
Okay.
they're able to blow it up for better vision? Is she able?
I can see.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
So-
Mr. Newman, when you're ready.
All right, so what I call income stream one, the extreme left, as it says, it's the office taxable excluding the city. And so I show extreme PETA at $23.50. The 6th floor is vacant, the 4th floor is vacant, there's some vacant space in the basement. Aurora family is there on the 8th floor at a lease done right before the effective date at $9. And so I get to a gross potential income of $248,000. But importantly, I've got a different square footage than the assessor. The assessor is at
$32,582.
32,582, thank you. And I'm at, as you can see, the 24,051. I'll show you in a couple of moments the rent roll that I went through to do this. But as I told you earlier, I worked through the rent roll, and I think in fairness to the assessor, her data, her information reflects what was in the system, and perhaps it was not updated. This is taken from the rent roll. And so I've used the 15% vacancy, I've used the $10 shortfall, I've used the 5% non-recoverable because of the large number of gross leases and the age of the building. And then ultimately I use an 8% cap rate, and I get to $1,205,000 for the office taxable portion of the assessment. Then,
Mr. Newman, could I, for clarification, would you mind assigning this to the class code?
so this is class code 60. This is a part of class code 60T.
Okay, thank you.
And the other part, of course, will be the parking structure, which I'll address in a moment.
Thank you.
So then, if we're ready, the second panel, and you'll see the title Designated Higher Education. And that will be the class code 41G. So I will mention that we have a difference in square footage. The assessor is at 95,288, and I am at 103,740. And again, you can see that I have identified specifically and precisely all of the spaces occupied and who occupies them and their square footage. And my source for all this is the 2020 rent roll. And I explained earlier that where there were gross leases, I took the face rate generally on the gross leases and subtracted $10 to get to my rent. Remember, this is all basement space. There's a very large difference. It's not all basement space. Certainly a significant portion of it is basement space. And as I look at it, actually, I notice I've called something basement that isn't basement, and that's the very first item, 28,202 square feet. That's actually the annex. My apologies. That's actually the annex, which is the old bus depot space. So I apologize for that. But the square footage is correct in terms of what's occupied by the university. And again, I get to an NOI using a 5% non-recoverable. and I end up with an 8% cap on an NOI of $506,867. And that's what I would tell you about that part. And then if we're ready, I would move on to the next income stream, which is the class code 40E, because that's occupied by the city of Winnipeg. And we agree on the square footage at 17,667 square feet. And as I explained earlier, for some of the space, I've used the actual rents in place. You can see I've used $1,250. There's some basement space at $850 gross, where I've used $4. And then there's the space on the third floor, where some of it is $1,250, some of it is $550. The most recent lease is $550. That's what I've used. And again, I've used the assessor vacancy, the shortfall, but I've used 5% non-recoverable. And I end up with an NOI of $106,000, which I then capitalize at 8%. And so coming back to what I was saying at the outset, you're going to have, I guess, 3 decisions on this one, 4 maybe if you count the square footage. So a discrepancy in the square footage, a difference in rental rates in terms of GPI, a difference on the non-recoverable 3% as opposed to 5%, and a difference in the capitalization rate for the building, 7.6% for the assessor, 8% for me. And I will talk about the parking structure separately, but I'd like to, if we're ready, I'd like to finish going through the remaining pages of the submission, and then I'll circle back and finish off the parking structure.
Okay, thank you.
So page 21 is the questionnaire from 2020. Page 23, you can see that I have circled in red the parkade revenue of $336,199. You can see on page 24, I have identified the parking expenses in red, which total $128,037. And you'll recall that I therefore told you that the net parking revenue was approximately $208,000 and not the $269,000 the assessor was using. And again, I'll circle back and finish that off. Then the remaining pages are the rent roll. And again, what you see are check marks. And what I have done is I have checked off the square footages. And this is me going through the questionnaire and making sure that I am lining up the square footages in the spreadsheet that we've just gone through. If you look at page 27, there is Unit 800, Aurora Family Center, occupying 6,466 square feet in the taxable component. But the reason I draw your attention to this is that at September of 2016, a lease rate of $9 per square foot was entered into. And so I draw your attention to that. That I believe might be the most recent lease in the building. And so that is, and then just on the questionnaire, page 32 and 33 is the COVID response from the property manager. And you can see that in box 6, they're indicating that Extreme Pita and Booster Juice got 6 months of the rent subsidy program, which led to a loss to the landlord of about $9,400 because under that program, landlords had to forfeit 25% of the rent. And you see as well the indication in box 3 that these tenants were leaving as of June 14th of 2021. simply to indicate how tough it is for restaurants at that part of Portage Avenue. So I said I would come back and deal with the parking structure, and I want to do that now. So if we can go back into the text of my brief, bottom of page 4.
Can you allow us to get there first, Mr. Newman? Please.
Yes, absolutely.
Page 4, okay.
So,
Is everybody there?
Yep.
Yeah.
all right. And I made reference to this earlier, but I told you that the assessor was using an NOI of $269,000. I told you the financial statement shows $336,000, and I just showed you that. I told you there were expenses of $128,037. I showed you where those were in the financial statement. So the actual net operating income is $208,000. Reality is that reality is that parking lot occupancies have diminished significantly. I should have showed you this earlier, and I won't ask you to go back, but page 21 is information. No, ignore what I was just saying. Page 31 is a letter dated June 15, where the property manager sent in the information and noted that the parking lot revenue was down significantly because of the closure of offices, schools, and businesses in the downtown area, noting a drop of 90% compared between May of 19 to April of 21 in parking lot revenue. So, and that's just apropos of what's happened in downtown Winnipeg. Just things have subsided. But again, finishing off the parking lot value. So onto the top of page 5, the city uses a 7% rate. That is their standard rate on parking structures. The building cap rate is at 7.6%. I say to you, an investor is not going to assign a different capitalization rate to the parking structure income and would assign at a minimum the same rate as they assign for the building. I'm using a rate of 8%. And so I tell you that on $269,000 of revenue, the value should be $3,364,000. But if you're going to go with the 7.6 cap rate, the value would be $3,541,000. And then just to finalize, if I take you back to the last page of the text of my brief, page 16, there is that chart again, which shows you how I've arrived at my value of $12,231,000 compared to the assessor's $16,193,000. And for the parking structure, I've used $3,364,000, which is the $269,000 of assessor NOI capitalized at 8%. Complicated building to do, but these are my submissions. Open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Maybe before questioning by the assessor, Mr. Newman, can you classify as the rule list the class codes associated with your valuation on page 16?
Yes. And in fact, I've listed them by word, but I'll do it by class code as well. So university is 41G.
Okay.
So that's $6,335,000.
All right. I had $6,336,000 rounded. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
City exempt is 40E, and that would be rounding $1,326,000.
1,300,000. 326. Okay, perfect. Okay,
And then the taxable office and the parking structure, which together make up the 60T. So there's the separate components of what would be 1,206,000 rounded and 3,364,200. The grand total of those two is 4,570,026.
okay, thank you. Did everybody catch that on the panel?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, I'll just leave that for now. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant with all these income streams and everything?
Yes, please. Page 15 of agent brief.
Yes,
We can see outside sources showed capitalization rate Collier 6 to 6.75%, CBRR 7 to 7.5%, and Cushman and Quackfall 6.75 and 7.75. And you still want the capitalization rate much higher, correct?
yes, because that chart is for downtown class B buildings, not C. We're a C, so we need to be higher.
Would you agree that outside sources, Collier, CBSE, and Cushman Wakefield provide only dividing downtown A and B and suburban A and B, and these outside sources C and doesn't exist, correct?
I agree they do not show it.
No further questions.
Excuse me, thank you, Ms. Shable. Richard, any questions of the applicant?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Gail, any questions?
Is this the first time that the leases footprints have been reviewed? Is this the first time this has happened, Mr. Newman, where somebody has been able to go in like you have and reviewed all the various leases compared back to the assessment records, or was that done previously as well?
I can tell you that the 2020 appeal ended up in case management. And as part of the case management process with the assessor who had conduct of case management, this extensive review was done. And indeed, the spreadsheet I gave you, frankly, was built as part of that process.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Gail. Mr. Newman, I'm just going to ask for a summary of the individual net operating incomes for each class code.
Yes.
Just for our information for consideration if we make any adjustments.
Yes.
So I'm showing OFC 41G. Your NOI is 506,867.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Should we go to OFC exempt 40? Your NOI is, oh boy, see, I don't have that.
I'll tell you.
Yes, please.
$106,042.
106,042.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Capitalized at 8%. That's what you're requesting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the final one would be the combination of the OS. Well, yeah, let's do the OFC. We're doing 60T. And should we start with the OFC portion? Your NOI I'm showing is 1,206,000 rounded.
That's the value, not the NOI.
Oh yeah, right. 96,466.
Correct.
Okay, and the parking structure, you're
Is
accepting the city at 269,136.
correct.
But both at 8% capitalization.
That's right.
And okay, perfect. All right, that's all my questions. Is there any requirement for a summary, Ms. Shable?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Okay, that concludes 471 Portage Avenue. Shall we take another 5-minute break?
Yes, please.
Please.
Thank
We'll
you.
recess for 5 minutes, Bellin, please. Thank you, Bellin. I will now call the hearing back to order. Next property on the docket is item number 4, 1309 Portage Avenue. File number is 22-2789, and we're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. Ms. Shable, when you're ready, please, 1309 Portage Avenue.
Please. File number 22-2789, roll number 130036701000. We are valuing the property assistance of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition of April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinions, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $1,157,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building, existing subject property leases presented on page number 2. We can see basement, first floor, and second floor. Most of the leases month to month. Lease, for example, basement 001311, saloon, no, not 1309, King's Florist, occupied 1,500 square feet. It's a lease. They rent for $15 per square foot. Another, for example, 11317 to 1,800 square feet lease on $17.40, and so forth. Reported area 21,182 square feet. On page number 3, 4, subject property air photos and street view. If you see on page number 3, subject property has building, a parking lot behind building, plus extra parking lot across Park Lane. Street view of building, 2-floor building on page number 4 on the bottom. I did present it on page 5 and 6. 59 comparables was for similar space. Its total area of comparables 353,239,000, and weight average $13.08 per square foot. My subject property market income estimation on page number 7. We did assess 21,462 square feet of leasable area. Average rent $6.97. We did apply vacancy loss 12%, expenses 3%, shortfall $10 per square foot, capitalization rate 8.8%. So our estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $1,157,000. And that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newman, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Yes, please. Page 2 of your brief. As you noted, many of the leases are month to month. And then if we look at page 4, again, in the lower photo, we see a lot of signage on the front of the building, correct?
Correct.
And then your valuation on page 7 uses a capitalization rate of 8.8%. Do you know why the model is selecting an 8.8% capitalization rate?
If you open page number 9, only 60% of properties between 5.6 to 6.9. It is outside 60%. Specific TIS building analyzed by the model statistic crunching number, it's 8.8%.
But do you have any idea what factors or what
It's
factors-
statistical estimation behind inside this model generation capitalization income, capitalization rate. It's analyzed all properties sale before April 1st, 2021.
Do you know if the model knows that a majority of the leases in the building are month to month?
That's why model pick less than $7 per square foot.
Well, that's not my question. My question is, do you know if the model knows if a majority of the leases are month to month?
We do request income expense mailer each year. All this information presented on page number 2. All these leases existing in this building, it's part of our database. In model, looking on this number as well.
Page 15. This is a rent roll which you received from the landlord, correct?
Correct. Most of the leases gross, we have 2 leases on Knights of Columbus. It's net lease. And so let's look, Knights of Columbus. It's net lease. Where is it? Basement 311. It's very, very low net lease. And we have another net lease, half bookstore. Half bookstore. Where is it? 1317A. Lease, net lease 7.95%. Model generated less than $7 per square foot.
Right. So
Rest of gross leases.
Yeah. And then if you look at page 16 is the actual income and expense statement for the property. And it shows a net operating income of $8,499, correct?
Where are we looking? Net income, yes. It's reported to us, correct.
Have you been in the building?
No, I haven't not inspected. Is the subject property. I'm able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
I understand. And do you agree that approximately just over 11% of the square footage in the building is in the basement?
It's a third. It's a 3-level building. It's only 1/3 in the basement, not half.
No, I'm never mind. I'll leave it. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Richard, any questions of the assessor? Richard, you're mute.
Sorry. Your evidence indicates 3 buildings, 3 premises. So if I look at your photo on page 4, I guess let's look at the top photo. I see 3 buildings, but many addresses, not just 1309. Does it go from 1309 to 1329 for all three buildings?
In our case, it's 1309, 1311, 1313, and 1317.
So
If you look on my page number 2, how I describe units, 11, 09, 13, 13, 13, 17, it's what belong to the subject property.
so it's just two
Roll
buildings.
number.
then. And you say how many premises are there then? You're counting 21 premises in
Correct.
those. Are there 21 premises in what you just described?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 17 premises showed an income expenses mailer.
Mhm.
They show 21,182 square
I
feet
got that.
and
but-
only one vacant space
So to
of
make sure I'm
600 square feet.
So Atlanta, to make sure I'm totally clear then, 1309, 1311, 1313, and 1317 are the
Mhm.
buildings you're talking about,
Correct.
even though, no, I can see it's different. Okay, thank you very much. That helps me. No further.
Thank you, Richard. Gail, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, my question is regarding the, just to confirm, the parking at the rear of a building across, I guess, a lane there or an access, that does belong to the subject property?
Correct. It's on page number 3. I presented just subjects side.
Yes,
And you see two purple color.
okay. And that's related to the land to building ratio on page 1 of 2.2%, okay, or
Correct, yes.
2.22,
Mhm.
yeah, ratio, okay. All right. That is my only question. Mr. Newman, bear with us, please. Mr. Newman, when you're ready, please, 1309 Portage Avenue.
So, at page 2 of my brief, and this will address, Mr. Whitbread's question. There are 3 buildings, and they were built in 1929, 1960, and 1970. And that in some ways contributes to the issue. It's not a single unified building. And these are old buildings. There are no elevators, which of course makes it more difficult to lease upper floor space if you need barrier-free access. There's 2,425 square feet in the basement, which is 11.44% of the leasable area. None of that space has windows. Some of that basement area space is at rents which are quite nominal. The assessor talked about Knights of Columbus in her submission. The net rate there is 51 cents a square foot. And you might say, well, why the heck would anybody lease space at 51 cents a square foot? And the answer is because typically basement space in multi-tenant buildings frequently is not leased. This is old space, and essentially it is an arrangement of what I will call convenience, because you have an organization that needs a cheap place to be, and they are able to get cheap space in a basement of a building with no windows, simply because it works for them. But again, overall, this building is a very dated building. It's got significant operating costs. All the leases, essentially, with 2 exceptions, are gross leases or semi-gross leases. And I will show you in a moment the spreadsheet. In fact, Let me jump ahead to the spreadsheet now. So let's jump ahead to page, actually, let's go to page 14 of the brief. This is the original assessment as prepared by the assessor. And what it shows is the square footage of each of the 3 buildings. And as I told you earlier, 1929, 1960, and 1970 in terms of construction. And these are the areas. Page 15 is the rent roll for 2020, which shows the net rates being generated by each of the tenants. The St. Charles Soccer Association, the Knights of Columbus, and Genie Electrology are the tenants occupying the basement spaces. But you can see all the net rents that are available and generated from these tenants based on the gross rents and the costs that are associated with the space. And you can see that the operating costs are $9.22 a square foot. And that's what results in the gross leases being brought down to the net effective rate. Page 16 is the spreadsheet we have prepared. What it does is it generally utilizes the net rents in place, and the source is the preceding page, which shows the net rents. The vacant space, I used a rate of $6.97 a square foot. That's the assessor's rent, or $6.99, some rounding. But that's what I used. And what that generates is a gross potential income of $103,881. The 12% vacancy, the $10 shortfall, that's all assessor. The 5% non-recoverable. I'm going to show you something about a roof in a moment, which is one of the reasons why I've increased the non-recoverable. But also I've increased it because, again, because of the structure of the leases, the landlord is not getting full recovery of all expenses in the context of this building. So starting at page 17 is a roof report from this past summer, July of 2022, that speaks to the condition of the roofs. And what it does is it describes them as roof A, A1, and A2, good, poor, indicating replacement now for roof A1 and roof A2. And it describes the condition of the roofs, noting for roof A1 that it's over 30 years old in poor condition, roof A2 over 30 years old in poor condition, and then provides at page 19 a cost to replace the roof of $116,840. And you know, frankly, what many buyers would do is they would immediately say to the vendor, I want you to knock that amount off the purchase price. I've not done that. What I've done is I've increased the non-recoverable to 5%, and I as well have increased the capitalization rate, as I'll speak to in a couple of moments. The other thing that you get are the questionnaires from prior years. Page 35 is the profit and loss statement, which I already addressed with the assessor in her brief, and it shows a net operating income of about $8,500. The same material I've given you to make a distinction between a suburban A and a sub-B building. And, you know, again, I recognize that the assessor has already utilized a capitalization rate of 8.8%. But I say to you simply, this is a very dated building, no elevators, chopped up small spaces. Decor has not been updated in years and years and years. And that's reflected in the rent. And any investor coming along, seeing an NOI in 2020 of $8,500, they're going to perceive this as having a significant risk. They're going to ask for a significantly higher capitalization rate. So what I have done at the end of the day, if we come back to page 16, which is my spreadsheet. So I've used what I'm calling the rents in place, converting the gross or semi-gross rents in accordance with the spreadsheet received from the owner, which is page 15, what we talked about. That creates gross potential income of $103,881, 12% vacancy, $10 shortfall, non-reasons of the structure of the leases and the roof. And then I'm increasing the capitalization rate from 8.8% to 9.5%. And just so we have a sense of magnitude of the relevance of the capitalization rate in the context of this appeal, even at the 8.8% capitalization rate, with the $61,426 NOI, the value becomes $698,000. So in many ways, although the cap rate does have an impact, obviously the 5% on the non-recoverable as opposed to the 3% has an impact. The biggest issue for this property is the structure of the leases, the fact that they are on a net basis, the rates are coming in quite low. And again, if you look at this building overall, month-to-month leases, gross leases, no elevators, the age of the building, 3 buildings, a sense having difficulty achieving. And so I'm ultimately asking you to set the value at $646,593, rounded to $647,000. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant? I think you're on mute, Ms. Shable.
Yes, please. If you open page 16 of my brief and look at income expenses Miller provided to us.
Can we get there, please, for 1 second? Is everybody there?
Mm-hmm.
We're looking for total 1201 repair and maintenance around $92,000. My question, this income repair include structure repair, roof as well, correct?
Just bear with me a moment. No, I don't believe so.
What about line 1240 general repair expenses, 63,000? It could be structural repair. Asking you present owner.
Yes, but are you asking me whether that includes the roof?
Structure repair. Yes, it could be roof as well.
So the roof report tells us the roof was one of the roofs was replaced in 2019. And therefore, right. So I don't believe that expense includes the roof. Could it potentially include some other structurally related items? Yes, it could.
Would you agree that a structure repair at capital cost? It's not part of market income estimation, correct?
Well, no, I won't agree with it phrased that way.
capital,
What I
capital,
will say to you is some kind, whether it's a roof. When a building has an issue of some kind, whether it's a roof, whether it's a structural item, whether it's the need to replace a boiler, some significant expenditure that needs to be made, an investor is not going to ignore that. And so whether you characterize it as capital or characterize it as an expense, what I'm saying to you is it won't be ignored by an investor. It will be taken into account some way, and either by, as I suggested earlier, many buyers would say simply deduct that cost from a price. Other buyers may make adjustments to the capitalization rate, in part as I have done, but they'll take it into account somehow.
so we have it is at 1240 general repair expenses, 64,000. It's look like structural repairs. It's capital investment. So if you add it to net income, it will be net income around 18,000, correct?
First of all, I don't know how you can conclude that it's a structural repair. You're just making that up.
Because
There's
no,
no basis
when we
to
estimate,
conclude
sorry, keep going.
well, there's no basis for you to conclude that.
Net income, when we estimate net income, we have potential income and we have expenses. Any expenses that include structure repair, capital investment have to be excluded. In this case, it's 92,000 just repairs for this type of building. It shows the structural repair involved already inside. So we cannot rely on net income of 8,000 only, correct?
And we've not relied on the income of 8,000 only. We've used a net operating income of $61,000.
We can see that one net lease provided to us. It's a whole box store, units 113.78. It's net lease for $7.95. So model generated $7 per square foot. It's reasonable, correct?
The Hull's bookstore is on the main floor and is fundamentally retail space, storefront on Portage. The majority of the space in the building is on the upper floors or in the basement, so I don't think you can rely on that rent for upper floor space without an elevator access or space in the basement.
Your information on page 14, 49, and 50 about 1661 Portage and 7080 Wellington, it's not relevant to the subject property, correct?
Relevant only in the sense of making the distinction between a suburban A and a suburban B building, and we go back to the submissions made as part of the first property heard. That's the sole purpose for which it's brought forward.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Richard, any questions?
No. Excuse me. No, I have none.
Okay, thank you. Gail, any questions of the applicant?
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, my only question is, looking at your page, the site map, aerial site map, a land to building ratio of 2.22 for a storefront on Portage Avenue. Are you including, would you consider that a premium to be added to lower the cap rate?
No, suburban office buildings have to have parking. It's required under the bylaw. That's why you see many buildings along Portage that have parking lots in behind them, where over time they have bought up what used to be houses. So it's not a premium, it's necessary because the majority of the space in this building is office space.
Okay, so I'm sorry, bear with me 1 second. I'm looking at your aerial view here, and I've lost it. I apologize.
I think it's the assessor's aerial view.
Okay. If you look at, yeah, okay, so I would ask we go to the assessor's aerial views for my questioning. And I'm gonna get back there on page 3 of the subject property. My first question is, so the subject property has got 1309, 1313, and 1317 have one roof system. Is that right?
There's multiple roofs.
But the first 3 addresses all have one roof system. If we look at the aerial view, and then when we go to 1317A, then there's 2 more. Well, I think it's 2 more roof systems. Is that right?
So I would agree with you that what is shown on page 3 in the aerial photo as 1309, 1311, then there's the black 1313. That's a single roof.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay.
And you can actually see that better, Mr. Hutchings, by going to the roof report and page 25 of our brief, where the roofer has actually identified and outlined different roofs.
Okay. That was my only question. Thank you very much, Mr. Newman. Requirement for summary by either party, Ms. Shable?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes 1309 Portage Avenue. Next property on the docket is item number 5, file number 22-2800. Address is 1911 Portage Avenue. And we're dealing with a 2023 realty appeal. Ms. Shable, I'm just going to pull up your brief before you begin, please. All right, Ms. Shable, 1911 Portage Avenue.
File number 22-2800, roll number 0704103300. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $1,367,000 and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office space on page number 2, we have existing property lease, 1911 accounting group for 4,236 square feet at net rent at $13.11. The subject property photo picture following. It's a subject property located northwest of the city. On page number 3, more subject photo, air photo is street view. And street view showed it's 1-floor building. I have presented on page 4 and 5 and 6 similar space for office space. It's 89 comparables with total releasable area of 292,310 square feet and weight average $16.01. Its range from $10 to $22.50. On page number 7, a market income summary for the subject property. We use leasable area of 4,230 square feet at $20.37. We did apply vacancy loss 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, and capitalization rate 5.6%. So our estimate value of subject property as April 1st, 2021, 1,376,000. And that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newman, any questions of the assessor's evidence? Mr. Newman, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Are some people frozen?
No?
No?
Okay. Yes. So page 3. This is the building you're showing in the photos. And again, I observe it has signage on it, correct?
Correct.
And you at page 4 through 6, your 89 comparables, are these the same that you've shown us in some of the other hearings?
Yes, for office space, correct.
Okay, and again at page 6, the average rate is $15.85. The weighted average is $16.01, and the median is $15, correct?
Correct. With minimum $10 and maximum $22.50. We did apply it $20.37. It's inside this range.
So look at page 7. So this is the calculation of value. It's showing 3 premises, correct?
Correct.
And why is it showing 3 premises? Is this a single tenant building?
Today is single tenants building, correct.
And because it's showing 3 premises, 2 of 570 square feet, what the model is doing is it's increasing the rate for the smaller space to $22.16 per square foot, correct?
And still inside our range between $10 and $22.
Yes.
Altogether $20.37. It's fair. It's supported by my evidence, market evidence.
Well, any idea what the model rent would be if it treated it as single premises? Well, you got to wait for the question. Any idea what the rent would be by the model if it treated it as single premises of 4,230 square feet?
No answer.
Does that mean you are refusing to answer? Is that what you're telling us?
I don't give any assumptions.
I see. And the 5.6% capitalization rate, that is the 20th percentile for suburban B buildings, correct?
It's 16th percentile, yes. It's small building built in 2006. Lesser is 5,000 square feet. Usually showed our statistic showed lowest capitalization rate. It's inside our range. 5.
Yes, that's what I asked you earlier. whether you would agree with me that smaller size buildings have a lower capitalization rate. And then
Let's stay for subject property only.
only the subject property, not generally. Is that what you're saying?
No answer.
No answer. Do you agree that capitalization rates, once we start to get to 5.6%, we're starting to get into the range of apartment buildings?
As on page number 9, capitalization rate showed that 16% of the property between 5.6 to 6.9% for suburban offices.
Yes, but on page 9, on that same chart for multifamily,
With subject property office building, let's stay on subject property.
well, I get to ask the questions. So I'm asking you if you agree that for multifamily properties, the 80th percentile is 5.6%, correct?
You can see that 5.6% for suburban office B building as well.
Can you respond to my question?
No answer.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to note for the benefit of the board, and I appreciate we are involved in what's going to be a very long afternoon. I reached out to the assessor, attempting to discuss with the assessor this docket of properties. And the assessor responded advising that she was too busy, which is unfortunate and somewhat unusual. But similarly, the assessor's unwillingness to respond to what I consider to be reasonable questions, I simply want the board to note that. And I'll deal with this further in arguments.
Okay, Mr. Newman. Noted, but I think that without trying to speak for the assessor, I believe she's presenting office evidence, although her chart presented does include all the other types of properties. But you're noted what you said. Thank you.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Gail, any questions of the assessor?
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Richard, any questions of the assessor?
No questions, thanks.
And I have no questions either. Mr. Newman, bear with us while we get to your brief, please. Okay, Mr. Newman, 1911 Portage Avenue, when you're ready, please.
So, what I have done on page 2 of my brief is I've identified rates for a variety of premises, some of which are quite close geographically. 1700 Ness is quite close to the subject property. Border is not that far away. 3570 Portage is somewhat further west. But I've identified a variety of rates in the $14.50 through $17 range. And ultimately, I've utilized a rate of $16. When I selected that, what I did not know is that the assessor would be filing a brief with 89 comparables, where the median rate is $15, the weighted average is $16.01, and the average is $15.85. And I would say to you that validates my selection of $16. I would also point out that the model is treating this as a building with 3 premises, 2 of them of 570 square feet. We all understand the principle of economies of scale. We all understand that when you have smaller space, the model will kick out a higher rate, and you see a rate of $19.71 as opposed to 16 cents. And as you heard me ask the assessor, what if it was treated as a single building of 4,230 square feet? And the assessor refuses to answer that question. But I think it must be plain to all of us that the model is going to generate a lower rent for premises of 4,230 square feet than it is for the three separate premises the assessor has used. Let me speak to the capitalization rate. And, you know, Mr. Hutchings, I appreciate your view that the assessor believes she's speaking to office buildings and doesn't have to speak to apartment buildings, except, of course, capitalization rates are relative. And I think we all know that commercial properties bring with them traditionally higher capitalization rates than multifamily. We all know that the assessor believes that multifamily bring with it higher capitalization rate than surface parking lots. We've all been at this for a long number of years. We know there's a progression, and we know that a rate of 5.6% for a commercial property is getting into multifamily rates. It is too low. And when I suggest to the assessor in the context of an earlier property and ask her to agree with me that the model will kick out lower capitalization rates for smaller square footages, earlier she wasn't prepared to answer that question. In the context of this hearing, she now wants to tell us that the model has done that because the square footage is smaller. Well, the square footage might be smaller, but the risk remains in relative terms the same. And all the things I said to you earlier about national tenants and size of buildings and location of buildings and all those variables, at the end of the day, this is a suburban office building. I selected a 6.75% capitalization rate. I've done that because it's not reasonable to assume we should have rates of 5.6%. Again, everything I told you initially about the progression of capitalization rates, the broker's rates for the suburban office buildings, which are coming in, the suburban B office buildings, which are coming in over 7% by Cushman Wakefield, 7.5% by CBRE, 6.75% by Colliers, all at the high end of the range. Remembering the methodology issue with Colliers, 6.9% at the city's 80th percentile. This property ought not to have a 5.6% capitalization rate. And so having said all of that, I take you to page 14 of my brief, where my spreadsheet is to be found. And we end up with a value of $884,151 using a rate of $16 a square foot, assessor vacancy of 6%, assessor shortfall of $8, assessor non-recoverable of 3%, and a 6.75 cap, and we get to a value of $884,151. You have to decide two issues in this case: a rental rate of $16 as opposed to a rental rate of $20.37, a capitalization rate of 6.75 as opposed to a rate of 5.6%, or of course, wherever in between you may choose to fix those numbers, subject to questions, and those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Mr. Newman, maybe a comment. I was in no way defending the assessor answering that way. In my opinion, she had presented that chart, and it's fair game for you to ask about it, even though she was referring to the office part. That's all I was referring to. But I'm not going to defend either party, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hutchins.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, please. I would like to ask about lease existing at the property, when it was signed.
The lease is a non-arm's length lease. The owners of the building are the operators of the accounting practice in the building. And I'm not relying on the lease.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Gail, any questions of the applicant?
In regards to your request, your proposal as a value of $884,000, that is quite a bit lower than the sworn value of this property in a 2014 sale. The sworn value was $1,275,000. So I'm just wondering if you were aware of that sworn value in 2014 and if you can speak to that.
I was aware of it. I can speak to it. It was a transfer of a partial interest of the property amongst the group of accountants who own the property. And so that's what it was. And I've actually had to address this before in a prior assessment cycle. And my view has been that, again, it's a non-arm's length transaction. And as well, they were doing it for their purposes, which is not reflective of the market.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Gail. Richard, any questions of the applicant?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you. And I have none either. With the applicant, Ms. Shable, any requirement for summary?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes, 1911 Portage Avenue. Next property on the docket is item number 6. File number 22-2117. Address is 3570 Portage Avenue. And we're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. Ms. Shable, I will get to your brief if you bear with us a second. All right, Ms. Shable, please, 3570 Portage Avenue.
File number 22-2117. Roll number 07439570200. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition of April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $1,862,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is office building. On page number 2, we have current tenants, existing lease as 2019 for 9,368 square feet at $15.50 per square foot net and $19.21 gross net. More photo of subject property on page 2 and 3. It's rectangular shape of site. I have presented started on page 4 to 6, 89 similar leases, space comparables with total area 292,310 square feet, in average weight $16.01. His lease is between $10 and $22.50. On page number 7, we can see subject property marked and income summary. Leasable area 9,348 square feet at $14.40. We have vacancy loss 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, the capitalization rate 6.35%, give us estimate value of subject property of April 1st, 2021, 1,862,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newman, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Richard, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Gail, any questions?
Just in regards to the area, the leasable area, Madam Assessor, on your page 2, it says 9,368 for an area, and then on your workup on page 7, it says 9,348. Just wondering what's correct.
Right now, our area in our record 9,348 square feet, but lease 2019 show 20 square feet higher. We will update this record.
Okay, so for assessment purposes for 2023, it's 9,348.
Correct.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. And I have no questions for the assessor. Mr. Newman, bear with us 1 second, please. Get to your brief. There we are. Okay, Mr. Newman, please, 3570 Portage Avenue.
So my sole issue on this property is the capitalization rate. And accordingly, you've heard a lot of what I have to say about that issue. But again, just touching items, just in the gentlest of ways. Page 2 of my brief. Again, what are capitalization rates, remote work, classification of buildings, rent subsidy programs, what the brokerage firms have to say about capitalization rates. At page 7, the Altus study, which speaks to suburban rates as being at 6 to 7.5. The suburban B office buildings, which the subject is not, of course, but again, we see 5.6 to 6.9 from the city at the 20th and 80th, and we see the brokers, the lowest end is 6%, but that's Colliers with the methodology issue I've addressed with you at the outset. Everybody else, we see 7, 6.75 at the low to 7.5, 7.75 at the top end. So what is this building? Well, I think many of us here are old enough to remember at one time there was a thing called Consumers Distributing. And you used to go in and you'd order something at the counter and they'd go into the back, which was essentially a warehouse, and they'd find it and they'd bring it out to you. This building in many ways was built as an industrial building. You see that with 17-foot wall heights, which this building has. Then it became a Boyd Auto Body location. And that's what it was when it was then converted into office, and which is what it is now, of course. And it's occupied by a nonprofit social agency, and that's why it's exempt from school tax because of what it does. But at the end of the day, the issue is, where does this building fall on the progression of capitalization rates? And my submission to you simply is that 6.35% is too low for what is essentially a converted industrial building, and a higher rate is appropriate. I've selected 6.85%. That falls below, certainly well below the high end of the range from CBRE and Colliers. And it's, CBRE and Cushman Wakefield. So I think that's an appropriate rate for this property. And the last thing I'll mention is that my report contains a roof report. And this is not a roof that is imminent in terms of its need to be replaced, but it is a roof which is graded as C. And a roof which is graded as C is a roof that will need to be replaced in 5 to 7 years. And again, that's not imminent, but it's something that an investor could conceivably take into account as tickling a little bit the capitalization rate. But again, overall, I think considering the age of the building and its history, 6.35% is too low. 6.85% is more appropriate. And that turns into a value of $1,700,000. Bear with me. Page 13 of my brief, $1,725,054, rounded to $1,725,000, compared to the assessor's $1,862,000. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, please. Roof repair is capital investment, correct?
Some would say that, some would say not. That's what I will answer.
Capital cost. So capital cost is not part of net operating income estimation, correct?
My view is it is part of it, and it might be taken into account in the capitalization rate.
Do you know when auto body shop was transferred to office?
I believe the lease is dated 2019, and the occupancy followed shortly after that.
Lease showed $15.50 for 9,368 square feet. Why you choose $14.39 less as existing lease?
Well, actually, the assessor chose it, and I agreed with it. The reason I agreed with it is because of the fact that of the history of the property, but also the landlord gave the tenant almost $50,000, $47,649 to be exact towards the cost of improving the space. And so that rent is influenced by that.
Open page 17 of my brief.
Yes.
You can see permits for transferring auto body shop to office building.
Yes.
For 2019, then invest $105,000 for just interior renovation, correct?
Did you say $105,000?
Yeah, $105,000.
Yes, that's correct. That's the declared construction value.
So size 2019, it's already an office building with rent of $15.50. And usually you stay close to report it to us. Why you choose different in this case?
I explained that already. It's because the landlord gave the tenant almost $50,000 towards the cost of converting the space from industrial to office. And therefore the rent was influenced upward by that amount.
When transfer auto body shop to office building, all renovation was done, correct? It's huge investment.
It's a significant investment, yes.
And you still want the capitalization rate much higher for future repair?
No, I want a capitalization rate 50 basis points higher, so 0.5%, because that's where the building falls on the spectrum of capitalization rates. It is consistent and conservative compared to the broker reported rates?
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Richard, any questions of the applicant?
I don't just yet. I have a question of the assessor. May I ask that before I go to the applicant?
Of course.
We're showing a land ratio here of 4.94. And I'm looking at the diagram on your page 3, top diagram from the air. There's an awful lot of parking on one end, it appears. Question, is that all for this property?
All for this property.
And then the green space on the, what I would call the bottom of the photo, that is also for this property because it's in the yellow zone, right? So was there any consideration given to excess land?
You know, you have good point. Yes, it's excess land, not usable. Yes. Not in use. Yes. We have to put extra value of this excess land. Correct.
So you haven't done it for this?
No.
Okay.
You
Thank
bring
you.
good point. I will talk with my supervisor.
Okay. No, I'm fine. I think Mr. Millen's right. It's cap rate by the looks of things.
Okay, Richard, so you have no questions for Mr. Newman, is that correct?
No questions from Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Gail, any questions of Mr. Newman?
Just to clarify, Mr. Newman, I'm sorry I didn't hear what the amount was that the landlord gave the tenant for improvements. Was it $15,000 or $50,000?
So it's found on page 15 of the assessor's brief, the rent roll.
Okay.
And it's $47,649.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Gail. So Mr. Newman, I'm going to ask the assessor a question before I ask you anything. So Ms. Shable, regarding Richard's question about the excess land, can you estimate, are you able to estimate, and maybe you're not, what excess land allowance might be?
Not today. It's not part of my brief. I defend what in our record today.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And Mr. Newman, I won't nitpick the 1 cent per square foot because the assessor has presented 1440 and used 1439. That's okay. We'll deal with the NOI when we do our decision. So I have no questions now. Ms. Shable, any requirement for summary?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, any requirement for summary?
Yes, I want to speak to the questions that were asked about the excess land.
Okay.
Because, as you heard me say earlier, under the City of Winnipeg zoning bylaw, suburban office space must have parking. Downtown office space does not have to have parking, but suburban office space must have parking. And so what may appear to be a lot of excess land, I'll suggest to you is not, because certainly a portion of it is going to go away to parking. The land at the rear, I'm going to suggest to you is might be landlocked in the sense that might be, I stress, because depending on how much space there is between the eastern wall of the building and the east property line, vehicles may or may not be able to get to the rear of the property. In any event, what do you do with that property at the rear? Who is going to want to develop something that is absolutely completely obstructed by a building in front of it? It might be usable for expansion purposes of the subject building that's on the site, but I don't think it's excess land that is otherwise going to have a value in the marketplace for the two reasons I've indicated: the need for parking under the zoning bylaw, firstly, and secondly, either the land at the rear might be landlocked, I'm not certain, but even if it's not, I don't think there's going to be a commercial demand for space that has zero visibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shable, any questions arising from Mr. Newman's comment there?
I would like just ask question about sale 2011 for 1.6 million. It's a clean arm length on market sale or not?
I'm not positive of that. The reason I say that is because the principal of the property owner is an individual who was associated with Boyd Auto Body for a long time, and therefore I'm not certain if it is an arm's length sale.
So it was sale for 1.6 million in 2011, and our assessment 1.8 million in 2021. It's a reasonable increase, correct?
No?
No further questions.
Okay. I believe, Ms. Shable, I believe Mr. Newman stated it wasn't arm's length. So we'll just leave it at that. Okay. Richard, any questions arising from the excess land question and Mr. Newman's comment?
No,
No.
I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Gail, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, and neither do I. That concludes 3570 Portage Avenue. I'm going to suggest we take a break for about 10 minutes, perhaps to catch a snack, and we still got 4 properties left, so we'll recess for 10 minutes. Thank you, Belen. I will now call the hearing back to order. Next item on the docket is number 7, file number 22-2801. Address is 6 Roslyn Road, and we're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. Ms. Shable, when you're ready, 6 Roslyn Road.
File number 22-2801, roll number 120-324-43000. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property of April 1st, 2021 is 1,978,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is office building, existing subject leases. On page number 2, we have 4 building floor, 4 level of space for lease. It showed 10,140 square feet of leasable area. Plus we have 20 parking stall outside, and leases, its gross leases started in 2011, 14, 18 in 2020, it gross lease in 2020, $22.42. Following subject property picture, the subject property located northwest of the city. More photo on page 3 and 4. It's a rectangle shape of the site. Our office space leases, my rent comparables, started on page 5, 6. I presented same 89 leases with a total leasable area 292,310 square feet. In our average rent $16.01. We did assess leasable area of 9,411 square feet at $15.51. Our vacancy loss 6%, like for all office buildings, 3% expenses, shortfall $8 per square foot, your capitalization rate 6.5%. So our estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $1,978,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newman, any questions of the assessor evidence presented?
So this property was originally constructed in 1914, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that it was a residential home as originally constructed?
Yes, it was Lily apartment constructed for 2 kids, 2-floor apartments. It has historical designations as February 16, 1987.
Right. So, but let's just come back for a moment. Originally, when built, it was a residential home, correct?
Correct.
Then it was converted into multifamily apartments. Agreed?
Correct.
And then it was converted into office.
Correct.
Okay. Noted that it has a historic designation, which is correct. If you look at page 4, you see in the lower photo, you see the building, because I think you may have mentioned that it's 4-story.
4 level, if you look on units 100, 204, 300, 400.
Right. And you noted as well that all the leases are gross, correct?
Correct. All net gross leases. Correct.
And so the assessment, which is found on page 8, that is model driven, correct?
Correct.
And we're seeing rents by the model as high as $20.96, $20.61. Do you agree with me that this property is not going to generate rents that high?
It's a model generate $15.51. It's inside my comparables between $10 and $22 for similar space.
So help me understand something about the model, because there's premises of 324 square feet, and that shows a rent of $14.80. Then there's premises of 300 square feet, and that shows a rent of $20.61. Can you explain why premises that are within 24 square feet of each other in terms of size have a difference of $5 and approximately 80 cents per square foot of rent?
Right now we're looking on a total. We did assess 9,411 square feet, but reported 10,140 square feet to us. In our model overall, $15.51.
So you can't explain why the model uses $20.61 and $14.80 for spaces 24 square feet difference. Is that correct?
It's correct.
All right. Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Richard, any questions of the assessor?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail, any questions?
Yes, just one question, Madam Assessor. You mentioned this property has a historical designation.
Correct.
So with that, how does that impact the cap rate? Is it, does it impact it?
Usually historical designation impact how, space, how you can renovate space. Designation was happened 1987. And today, 2021, its capitalization rate, we apply 6.5%. It's inside our 5.6, 6.9%.
Right, but would the historical designation generally increase a cap rate?
It is building size to, before 2087, already office space. It's already a renovation done. Historical designation usually not allow demolish building, and sometimes some have different grades for renovation, what you're not allowed touch and what you can do. Right now, like a stand of January 1st, 2023, it's a office space with different area. We have free 4 big area leases on units 100, 200, and 400, and 2 small leases, 2 small space. But it's already like exist, it's office space.
So it's already considered in the model? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Gail. Richard, did I ask you? Sorry.
You did. I have none. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. My only question, Ms. Shable, is on page 1. What is the effective year built of this building?
It's original built in 1914, but this building has several renovation for transferring from 2 apartment to 20 apartment and back to office space. So inside the wall was moved. So our effective years 1980.
1980. Okay, as stated
Effective
there.
years built for today. Usually office building effective life 16, 17 years, not more. If
Okay.
you don't put investment, it will be ready for demolish.
Okay. And my last question is, I think you stated, I believe, that there's 20 parking stalls.
Correct. It's what we look on income expense mailer provided to us.
Looking at
On
your
page
pictures where we
12
get-
of my brief.
Yes, on page 4, that would be the parking on the side of the property. Is that right?
Page 4.
Bottom picture.
Yeah. I need more picture. Okay, second. Yes, on the side of building. Yes, because
Okay.
this top picture on page 4 showed building and parking space together.
Okay. So on the picture above the tree is actually at the rear of the parking, I guess. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. It's my only questions. Mr. Newman, I'm just going to get to your brief, please. Okay, Mr. Newman, 6 Roslyn Road, when you're ready, please.
So, page 3 of my brief, the assessor uses a rental rate of $15.50 per square foot. Part of the problem, I think, is that the assessor's model is identifying more premises than there actually are in the property. This issue arose in a prior hearing, but the effect is that there are a larger number of premises which are smaller in square footage, and the model, of course, is increasing the rental rate as a consequence. And so we see the absurdity of the model that says 300 square feet is at $20.96, and 324 square feet, maybe I have it reversed, is at $15.81, which makes no sense, of course. 324 square feet at $14.80, and 300 square feet at $20.61 a square foot. So first and foremost, there are not as many premises in the subject site as the assessor's model is identifying. There are less, which means it's going to make them bigger, which means it's going to increase the model rate per square foot. Let us not lose sight of that. Secondly, on page 3 of my brief, I've noted the use by the assessor of $15.50 a square foot. I've given you a variety of comparables, and some of them have been selected because in relative terms, they are proximate to the subject. So the subject is at 6 Roslyn Road. 6 Roslyn Road is at the east end almost of Roslyn Road, almost at the very end. 5 Donald is on Donald and Stradbrook, not that far away. 611 Corden, 698 Corden, also not that far away. And what I looked for were rates for in buildings that don't have don't have elevators. And the 2 buildings on Corden, the 698 and 611, do not have elevators. And there are rates for space in those buildings. 5 Donald is a far superior building. 5 Donald is another example of a Class A suburban building. 5 stories, large building, elevator. It's got a restaurant on the main floor. So there's rates done in March of 20, for example, at $13.70 a square foot. I don't think the assessor's rate of $15.50 adequately takes into account the nature of the premises and the age and condition. I also took into account the fact that these are all gross leases. And in the end, recognizing the age of the property, its chopped up nature, many of these buildings are 2 stories. This one, as the assessor notes, has 4 levels, no elevators, a lot of going up and down stairs, less attractive the space will be. And I have ultimately selected $11 a square foot. I've also given you the questionnaires going back in time, and you can see at page 3 my reference to the questionnaires indicating 86,582, 81,906, and 75,726 of actual net operating income. And at the end of the day, and I'll come to this, I've used $91,000 of net operating income. The assessor is at $128,680 of net operating income for this old apartment building, which becomes an office. Capitalization rates. And let me just talk for a moment about the assessor's response to your questions, Ms. Anderson, about capitalization rates and the model, and her suggestion that the model already takes the historic designation into account. I don't think she knows that. I don't think, bluntly, very many historically designated properties sell. I don't think there's a way to determine, frankly, whether and what impact it has on capitalization rates. But what we do know is that with a historic designation comes restrictions in terms of what you can do to redevelop the property. And whenever you have restrictions, it leads to an increase in capitalization rate. Altus has addressed this in their report, and I'll pick that up in a moment as I turn the pages. So again, same issue with capitalization rates as I've indicated before. This is an unusual property. Think of all the office buildings that sell, some a little bigger, some a little smaller, some 1-story, some 2-story. How many are selling like this, built in 1914, converted twice, historically designated? It's just a different sort of animal from an investor perspective. It's never been able to generate high rents. All the leases are gross leases. If you're an investor putting your money into real estate, this is not the first property that you're going to want to own, I'm going to suggest to you. And all of that is going to lead to a higher capitalization rate. If you go to page 8 of my brief, and I've talked about this before, but important to remember it in the context of this building, we talk about the attributes, desirable attributes of buildings, which will bring the lowest capitalization rates. The quality of the tenancy, national as opposed to small local. This is all small local. Quality of the site. It's got some parking on site, I'll give it that. Quality of the development, not modern. I can't tell, but I'll bet it's a stone foundation. Wouldn't surprise me for 1 minute if it's a stone foundation. The covenants are not grade A covenants. The building has no elevator. It's going to have somewhat dated mechanical systems, all of things like that. And then we come to page 9 to the Altus conclusions about capitalization rates. Suburban, again, 6 to 7.5. Heritage, you're adding basis points for that risk. You're adding to that base capitalization rates. And again, when we look at the Suburban B, page 11, that chart of Suburban B rates, the assessor has got this building truly in the middle of the pack, the assessor's pack, let me say, at 6.35%, 6.5%, compared to what the brokerage houses are doing. The brokerage houses would put this building much higher, and there's no reason for the assessor to have this at 6.5%. So, I say to you simply that at the end of the day, a 2-story building with no elevator, which devalues, I say 2-story, multiple story actually, which no elevator, which devalues the rentability of the upper floors and devalues the rates that you will get. So if you look at page 15 of my brief, I've used $11 net a square foot for the tenancies, which I identify as being 9,801 square feet, 6%, $8 shortfall. I use a 5% a non-recoverable based on the fact that these are gross leases, $91,570 of NOI, 7% cap, $1,308,000. So 2 things for you to decide. The NOI, which means you've got to decide the gross potential income. The assessor's at $1,550, we're at $11. And remember, the questionnaires for the 3 years, all of which are attached, the net operating income actual on the property has never exceeded $86,000. So I think the value of this property needs to come down. Again, I think net operating income is very important and ultimately more important than the cap rate probably. But so I'm asking for the value as indicated of $1,308,153, $1,308,000 rounded. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant's evidence?
Yes, please. You would agree that location of the subject property not far from Osborne Street, legislative house, not far from downtown. It's positive to get tenants in with plenty parking spot?
No, I think Osborne Street is not a positive for tenants. Osborne Street has considerable vacancy. It has considerable homelessness and safety and crime issues. So I don't think Osborne Street is a positive the way it was a long time ago. Proximity to the legislature. There's a lot more offices, a lot more proximate that are a lot more modern than the subject property to the legislature. All of downtown is closer to the legislature.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Gail, any questions of the applicant?
No, I have no questions. They've all been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Yes, Mr. Newman, I wonder if you could comment on whether a heritage designation for a building of this vintage and of this usage would block the normal real estate appreciation and value that we might see.
Well, part of the problem with old buildings, of course, is their heating and mechanical systems when they were built were old. And so it's like if you live in an old house with a boiler and rats, for example, if you want to put air conditioning in, how do you go about doing that? There are some ways, but it's obviously more expensive. Similarly, with a building like this, there are ways to update it, but it's always more expensive. And now it's made even more complicated by the fact of the historic designation and the inability to significantly alter the building in any way. Sure, you can do cosmetics, but it doesn't change the fact that the building is of the age. My view is that whenever you have restrictions, it limits the potential for what an owner can do in terms of redeveloping the property. That increases the risk and that increases the capitalization. That's my overall view.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No further questions.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Newman, regarding the historical classification, I guess there's different grades where you couldn't renovate the outside, whereas the inside can be renovated. Would you have any idea what the restrictions on this property are?
So this is a grade 3 building. And the caveat which is attached to my material indicates that it's intended to preserve all or part of the building and imposes restrictions on demolition, removal, alteration, and other activities with respect to the building. And again, you've heard me on this point already. So that's my answer.
Okay, so it's and that designation wasn't applied, I believe the assessor said back in 1987. Am I in the 80s?
So the caveat was registered in 2012, and there was a historic property notice given in 2012 and put on the property. But the assessor has also noted that, and this is attached to my material as well, that the date is shown as being February 16, 1987 by the Committee on Planning and Community Services of the City of Winnipeg. Okay. So the current condition of the property as an office building is it's allowed? It's allowed, yes. Okay, but there's restrictions to, for instance, removing walls? Yes. Okay. What happens if you want to put an elevator in, for example? Okay. Yeah. Now, have you inspected this property? So I've been into parts of the property. I have not been into the entirety of the property. Yeah. And not surprisingly, it's got some of those features you find in older properties. It's got some interesting woodwork, for example. And also, as you can appreciate, when walls were done way back when, they were plaster. And not drywall as we have today. Okay, so my last question is the assessors, I believe she's saying it's a 1980 effective year. I'm not sure if that was when it was last renovated or if that was the effective year. She stated that was the effective year built. In your opinion, what is the age? What would be an accurate estimate of the age of the building from the limited inspection you had? I think it has to be older than that. And I say that in the sense that when you take a multi-story office building that doesn't have an elevator, doesn't that mean the effective age is older in terms of its attractiveness in the marketplace? That's my reaction. You know, putting an effective date on buildings, as I know you will know, Mr. Hutchings, is really truly an art and not a science. And so I can't give you a definitive answer except to say I believe it would be older.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. That is all my questions. Ms. Shable, any requirement for summary?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. That concludes 6 Roslyn Road. Next property on the docket is item number 8, file number 22-2135. Address is 1615 St. Mary's Road. Okay. 1650 St. Mary's Road. And we're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. And Ms. Shable, bear with us for a second until we pull up your brief. Okay, Ms. Shable, please, 1650 St. Mary's Road.
File number 22-2135, roll number 0800509610. We are valuing the property as a stance of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $2,190,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building, we have existing property leases on page number 2. It's a net leases, first floor lease for $15, $13.75, lease in 2017, lease for units 204, 1,350 square feet at 2020, close to reference dates for $9.25. Second floor, we have 200 apartments, 200 units, charged account for 1.5 thousand square feet in 2019 for $11.50. We have Hilton family home in units 201, 203, the lease for $11.50, $11.75. Is a 4. We can see the total area of 12,007 square feet. On page bottom, we can see on page 2, 3, and 4, subject property picture. The subject property red dot located southeast of the part of the city. It's a rhombal size of land. It's 2-floor building. A street photo on page number 4. I have presented a rent comparable for similar office space on page 5, 6, and 7 with our white average $16 per square foot, minimum $10 and maximum $22.50. Our subject property market income estimation, page number 8. We did assess 12,005 square feet at $13.43. We have vacancy loss 6%, 3% expenses, $8 per square foot. Shortfall or space to not occupied space. It's the same like all office space. Our capitalization rate for this specific property, 6.45%, give us estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, 2,119,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newman, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Just one moment, please.
No problem.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Richard, any questions of the assessor?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you. Gail, any questions?
Just in regards to the sale, there was a sale in 2005. I know it wasn't an arm length sale, it indicates $1, but I'm wondering if there's any building permits on file following that. Any current building permits with values attached to them?
No, I don't have this information in front of me right now.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Gail. Ms. Shable, I'm looking on page 2, the actual subject property leases, and notice there's no total there. I did go to your submitted income and expense statement by the property owner. And would that match the potential rent of, sorry, bear with me 1 second here, of
On page 17.
17, thank you.
Yeah, they showed a base rent $12.50. It's net rent.
I was actually looking at the potential rent.
Yeah, it's base rent. What they actual collect.
So they're declaring on page 14, $216,461 approximately. Is that the actual potential rent or the leases?
It's actual potential gross.
Okay, I see. Total recovery. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, that's my only question. Thank you. Mr. Newman.
I just want to start where you just finished. And so maybe don't go away from that page 14 of the assessor's brief.
Okay.
And I think this is clear, but I just want to be sure it's crystal clear. The $216,461 includes all of the additional rent received by the landlord. It's not the gross potential net rent per square foot. So I just want to be crystal clear on that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I understood. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so the issue here ultimately is predominantly the rents, but also to some extent the capitalization rate. And again, I just say to you, as I think you all recognize, when you're dealing with properties where the net operating income in relative terms is not that high, adjustments to the capitalization rate don't have that much of an impact on value. So this property, like a couple of the others we've dealt with, I think the most important issue, although capitalization rate is put in issue, the most important issue is the rental rate. And so here we have the city using $13.42 a square foot. The assessor in her brief at page 2 identifies the rents in place. And, you know, as you can tell, there certainly is a single rent at $15. There's a single tenant at $14.50 a square foot. But when I then look at the balance of the rents, there's one more at $13.75, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 premises at $11.75 or $11.50, and one at $9.25. And interestingly, the one at $9.25 is the most recent lease relative to the effective date. It was done November 1 of 2020. All of which is to say that this is what I'm going to call an ordinary property. The model is kicked out $13.42. The assessor's 89 rents, frankly, I don't think they matter much in the context of this property. And I do observe, and I actually counted them, that of the 89 properties, only 23 are in what I would call the eastern half of the city. So that means 66 of them are in the western half of the city, west of the Red River, in other words. And the great majority of those are in what I would call the southwestern part of the city. Lots of River Heights, lots of St. James, lots of Linden Woods, all of which are going to bring with them a higher level of rent than the eastern part of the city is going to bring. So having said that, I have in my brief, in addition to the actual rents in place, which I'll come to, I have in my brief at page 3 identified rents in the, and again, these are in the western part of the city. I recognize that, but they are rents, the majority of which are done in 2020 for properties on major thoroughfares, generally, Gordon, Stafford, Academy, just like St. Mary's Road in many ways. So I thought from that perspective, they were comparable. And ultimately, when we come to my spreadsheet, you will see that what I have done is I have used the actual rents in place, which average out to $12.18 per square foot, compared to the assessor's $13.43 per square foot. And the difference in gross potential income ultimately is about $15,000, $161,205 compared to $146,304. So, you know, it's about $1.25 a square foot difference in the GPI. We then have the issue with the capitalization rate again. Here we're making a request for a 7% capitalization rate. The assessor's proposing 6.45%. Again, I look at the broker capitalization rates, and a 7% seems squarely within the range of CBRE and Cushman & Wakefield. And remembering Colliers and their methodology, that's going to bring their rates up as well. This is an ordinary property in all respects. It ought not to be at a 6.45% rate. So if you look to page 15 of my brief, there is my calculation of value. And remember, and not surprisingly, with one exception, the lower rents are all found on the second floor, which again is not surprising to me, and common in buildings of this type. But I've used, so it's my gross potential is a little different than the assessors, as I've explained. 6% vacancy, $8 shortfall, 3% non-recoverable. That brings the NOI to $127,637, which I then capitalize at 7%, which generates a value of $1,823,000 compared to the assessor's $2,190,000. The other item I'll mention is that the actual net operating income in the property is much less than what the assessor is proposing. The assessor is proposing a net operating income of $141,000. When we look to the income and expense statement, which is found at page 18, and then continuing on to 19, and this is what we were looking at previously, we'll see the net operating income is $83,205. And we, in our calculation, have utilized the net operating income of $127,000. So we are far above the actual net operating income the property generated in 2020. And there's a little bit of mortgage interest there of $2,800. But at the end of the day, adding back every single dollar of non-recoverable of $17,000, which I don't think would be appropriate, but even if you did it, you're still only going to get the net operating income to $100,000. And again, in our calculation, we've used $127,000. So I think we've been very reasonable in the context of the net operating income. And considering how the property's done and is doing, achieving $127,000 represents higher risk. And for that and all the other reasons I've articulated, I think the capitalization rate of 7% is appropriate. Those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant's evidence?
Yes, please. Let's open page 3 of agent brief and look on rent comparables. We have already talked about how rent increased over the time, haven't we?
Well, you've asked me questions.
Yes, please.
I haven't always agreed with you, so I'm not sure what your question is.
Your first comparable, 611 Caridon lease started in March 2016 for $11.
Yes.
You would agree that the lease by 2020-21 April will be higher, correct?
No, I don't agree.
Let's open page number 5 of my brief and look what leases on 611 Caridon. Page 5 of my brief, everyone with me?
Not quite yet. Okay, I am there. Gail, you there?
One sec. Page 5.
Yes.
Okay.
Richard, are you there?
Yep.
Mr. Newman,
So
are you
my
there?
first comparable,
Ms.
611.
Shable, I'm just going to confirm Mr. Newman is there, please.
I am there. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
So,
go ahead.
My first comparable number 611 Caridon units 103. It's showed April 2021 lease for $13.50. How we assess this property? Let's look another comparable 698 Caridon. It will be on same sheet. Comparable number 14. Lease started in September 2020 for $15 for second floor. So our assessment just over $13 per square foot. It's fair, correct?
No, not correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Newman, I'm sorry, was that a reply? I missed that.
It was, and the reply was, no, that's not correct.
Okay. Ms. Shable, any comment or are you finished?
Yes, no comments, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's proceed.
Sorry. Yeah.
property left.
Okay. Richard, any questions of Mr. Newman?
None, thanks.
Thank you. Gail, any questions of Mr. Newman?
I have no questions, thank you.
And I have no questions either. Thank you. Ms. Shable, any requirement for summary?
No, thank you.
Mr. Newman?
I am good, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes 1615 St. Mary's Road. Next property on the docket is file number 9. Pardon me, item number 9, file number 22-2916. Address is 120 Maryland Street. And dealing with a 2023 preliminary 2023 realty assessment. My notes here document that there's a request for a non-cooperation issue, I believe. Is that
Correct.
Ms. Shable?
Correct.
Okay. And also there's going to be some rebuttal evidence presented by which party?
Me.
Okay, thank you. We shall deal with it after Mr. Newman presents, okay?
Mhm.
But first we'll deal with, just bear with me 1 second. I'm going to get to your brief here. Okay, Ms. Shable, please enter the property for the record, and then we'll deal with the request for non-cooperation issue preliminary.
File number 22-2916. The assessor requests that burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation, section 53(3)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act. If a reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows section 54(3)(2) of the Municipal Assessment Act. Let's look what information was presented for us. It started on page 11.
Okay.
Information was requested for June. Okay. We received this information on November 2nd, 2021. And the information, if you look on page number 12, information should be presented before June 30th, 2021.
Okay. Any proof of delivery?
I don't have specific for this property due to COVID.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Newman, any comments?
My simple comment is there's no proof of delivery. There's no indication that there was a failure to respond in a timely way relative to whenever this request was received. And in the absence of proof of delivery, the burden of proof ought not to be shifted.
All
If
right.
I look on page 12, on top, on our right corner top, we can see due date June 30th, 2021. If you look on page number 11 on top, I specific scan time when we received this information, 2021 November 2nd. It's delay with information provided to us.
Okay.
Our multi-models mass assessment depend for this information provided to us.
Okay.
That's why this Municipal Assessment Act give this penalty.
Ms. Shable, would you mind reading the letter that you received on page 11 for us?
It's City of Winnipeg Assessment Taxation Department. You talk about this. It was on one of pages provided to us. Westminster Church building at 745 Westminster was closed during the pandemic. A new administrator for the church started work in January and left early in August. I have received it format October 31st. Peter McDonald, member of trustee of Westminster United Church.
Okay, and then it's dated November 21st. Mail, I guess, received by your office, I guess. Okay. Richard, any questions of the assessor regarding this request?
No, thank you.
Gail, any questions?
Just to confirm the date that's recorded on the top of page 11, is it November 2nd, 2021?
Correct.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Schabel, I'm looking at page 12. Is that a response that was received by the department, filled out by somebody, a trustee or something from that organization?
Correct. If you look on bottom on page number 12, it's a signature. It's look like same person.
Okay, that was the same fellow that sent you the letter, and that was received by you on December 31st, 2020. Is that right?
November 2nd, 2021.
Okay. Okay. I believe nobody else has any questions. We're going to have to recess here and consider. Mr. Newman, would you like to say something?
Well, I would, because after the assessor made her initial submission, we went on to address the letter that is at page 11 of her report. And I come back to what I said earlier. This note may establish when the city received the forms, but again, the note indicates the forms were received October 31. And if they were received October 31, then this is a very timely response relative to when the forms were received. And that's the problem. And I think the assessor has acknowledged that what I'm going to call the city's normal processes, which we're all familiar with, having been around here for many years, I don't think they were followed in this time frame. And so we have no way of knowing with certainty when these forms went out. But if they were received October 31, then the response was very timely. And so I think on the basis of all the evidence you've heard, you ought to decline the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Okay. We are going to recess, please, Bellin, and consider the arguments presented by both parties. Okay. Thank you, Bellin. I will now call the hearing back to order. The panel has considered the evidence presented by both parties, and it is our opinion that the request for non-cooperation and transfer of onus not be allowed. So, Ms. Schabel, you will proceed first, and we will start with 120 Maryland Street when you're ready, please.
File number 22-2916, roll number 12090259100. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition of April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $745,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is office building. On page number 2, a subject property existing lease with inclusion Winnipeg Inc. They occupy 6,426 square feet and rent $7.78. The subject property located northwest of the city. More photo following. On page number 3, it's rectangle shape of of size, 2-floor building, street view on page number 3. I have presented all office rent comparables, started on page 4 to page 6. It's 89 comparables. It's office space similar to the subject property. It's rent from $10 to $22.50. Average weights, $16 per square foot for total leasable area, 292,310. Our subject property market income summary presented on page number 7. We did assess 6,427 square feet at $9.16. We did apply same 6% vacancy loss, expenses 3%, and shortfall $8 per square foot for offices, similar office space. So our estimate value of the subject property as April 1st, 2021 is $745,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newman, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Yes, are you familiar, well, let's back up. Have you inspected the property?
I have not inspected it, the subject property. I am able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
And have you even done a drive-by of the property to understand the surrounding area where it's located?
Yes, I've been in this church. They have huge, beautiful organ music and concert, classical music.
Yes, you're quite
I love
right.
it.
You're
Yes.
quite right about that. And when you come out of the church after one of those concerts, are you ever concerned about your safety in the area?
Not.
Not. Okay. And are you always with someone else?
No.
Okay. The square footage includes 1,150 square feet in the basement, correct?
Correct. If you open page number 7, basement, it's premise 33078. It's basement space. If you open page number 2, information provided to us, you can see Astra 6,426. It's include 1,150 square feet in basement. Correct.
Right. And do you know what is in the basement that is included within that area?
This building has basement area of 2,299 square feet. It has to be part of our assessment.
No elevator in the building, correct?
Correct.
And the basement space has a rate of $7.97 a square foot, correct?
Overall, for all space, $9.16. Correct.
Yes, but the basement space is $7.97 on its own. So the model says this basement space in this building, in this location, would rent for almost $8 a square foot. That's what the model's telling us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Richard, any questions of the assessor?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Gail, any questions of the assessor?
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Shable, it's regarding the square footage on page 3. I'm looking at the front of the building. So the plan area is about, I should have looked at is about 2,900 square feet. And the total, okay, so we've got 2 levels there, is that right? At about 2,600 square feet, I think you're for a total of, sorry, I lost your work up here. 5,200, so 2,600 per floor. And then And then a basement area of 1,150 square feet. Okay. Just to confirm that, that's my only question. Thank you. Mr. Newman, bear with us 1 second here. We'll get to your brief. Somehow I'm on the wrong page here. There we are. Okay. Mr. Newman, when you're ready, please.
So, again, you've heard a lot about this property already. 6.8% capitalization rate. Values increasing from $531,000 in 2020 to $745,000, 40% increase. Capitalization rate is dropping from 7.8% to 6.8%. And, you know, in my opinion, there is frankly no reason for that to be happening for this building in this location in the area that surrounds it. So in my view, this is not a highly desirable office location, but nonetheless, it is occupied by a social service type agency. We have to recognize that the assessable square footage is including 1,150 square feet in the basement, which at a rent, which is $7.97 a square foot, is almost as high as the rent for the main and upper floors. No elevator. There's an actual lease in place at $49,985, which calculates to $7.77 per square foot. I provided some comparables of some similar rents I could find nearby on Maryland, 635 Maryland, 125 Maryland, 635 Broadway, 125 Maryland, 1200 Pembina, a little bit further removed. You know, at the end of the day, I've used the actual rent in place, which, as I've noted, is $7.77. I've used $8 per square foot, which I consider to be a reasonable rent, and I'll show you my spreadsheet in a moment. I've used a 5% non-recoverable here, again, taking into account, in my mind, the age of the building. I've got commentary on capitalization rate, all of which you've heard already. But what I say about the capitalization rate is essentially small tenants, not a great covenant. The building is not what I would call a high quality building. Two-story building, no elevator, devalues the second floor in terms of the rental rate that can be achieved or the overall rate for the building. I went with a 7.8% capitalization rate, which was the same rate as 2020. And if you look now to page 15 of my brief, you have my workup, which, as I've indicated, is $8 with a 6% vacancy, $8 shortfall, 5% non-recoverable. My net operating income is $42,822, which compares to the assessor's $50,645. So we're about $8,000 apart there. I apply a 7.8 cap, and it brings me to a value of $549,011, rounded to $549,000. The rest of the material is the same material you've seen already, which differentiates between suburban A, suburban B, and you've heard me on that. And so, subject to questions, that is my submission.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's open page 3 of agent brief. we will look at nearby similar rent includes the following rent comparables. Let's look first comparable 635 Broadway. Now we can open my rebuttal, number 1.
Okay, bear with us while we find that, please, Ms. Shable. Bellen, where would that be hiding?
It will be listed under this item. Sorry, they're labeled
22-2916 120 Maryland 1.
yeah, under item 9. So you'll see the assessor's main brief, and then it will be followed by the rebuttals. There are 4 of them. You may need to refresh your page.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, thank you. That would be it, right?
Yeah, I have access to them. Are we to open all 4 of them now or just one?
One by one.
Okay.
Okay,
So item number 9, 120 Maryland Street. Added 42 minutes ago. Would that be, I guess that would be it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to confirm which document we're looking at. We have to rotate it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to rotate them for you. Did you want me to do that now?
I don't think so. I think we'll find them here.
Okay.
So I'm seeing. No, I'm seeing. Yes, 638 Broadway would be the first income and expense statement. Is that what the one we're dealing with, Ms. Shable?
Yes, agent state on page number 3 that the lease for 4,585 square feet. And if you look on income expense mailer provided to us, 365 Broadway, fully owner occupied. No lease exists here. Let's open another page.
Okay, sorry, just Ms. Shable, just to confirm you're rebutting Mr. Mr. Newman's rental rate for 638 Broadway as being owner occupied rent?
Correct. It's
Okay.
no rent there provided. It's just
Okay.
owner occupied space.
Thank you. And then, okay, if we could proceed to the next one, please.
Comparables 125 Maryland, agent state 5,276 square feet. If you opened my rebuttal number 2B, this property does not exist. If you look on roll number 12090379100, it's 115 Maryland, and after started 125, 135. It's not exist this lot. Let's look 115 Maryland. It's income expense mailer provided to us, also full owner occupied. If you open 2B, 2A, 115 Maryland.
Yeah, just bear with us, please. Referring to 120 Maryland Street, is that right?
Yes, and
Okay.
2A.
Mr. Newman, are you following this?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Shable, go ahead.
So this property 115 Maryland, it's fully owner occupied. So 125 not exist. If you're looking on my 2B, after 115, 135 Maryland Street. And another rebuttal for 120 Pembina, agent state 10,836 square feet. Let's open my breach, my rebuttal 3.
Okay.
Just on the first page, total leasable area on our right side. 9,308 square feet, and Agent State 10,836 square feet lease on same 1,200 Pembina.
And what is the rate there? Sorry.
Agent State 10,836 square feet of leasable area lease, but some building only 9,308 square feet.
Okay.
And a tenant and same right column show 12 tenants inside.
All right. Okay. Mr. Newman, would you like to deal with these individually?
No, I'll deal with them collectively and I'll explain what I've done and if I've made an error, I've made an error, but
Okay.
I source information from a variety of places. And frankly, one of the places I source information from is frequently the detailed and lengthy lists of comparables that assessors frequently put into their briefs. And as I look into my file I have here with me, I don't see the source documentation from which I source these things, which is unusual because typically I have it with me. So I can't explain these discrepancies other than to say that I believe I source them from reliable places. I see what the assessor has brought forward, and I don't have any better explanation than I've just given.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newman. Richard, any questions of the assessor's rebuttal?
No, I don't have any.
Gail, any questions?
No, I have no questions, thank you.
And I do not either. Now, I'm going to find where we were before. Sorry. So, Mr. Newman, we were on your brief.
I think I had completed my submission.
Yeah. And that was Ms. Schabel presenting rebuttal on that. And Ms. Schabel had already asked you questions on your brief, I believe. Sorry, it's a long day here. So,
Yeah.
And Gail, had I asked you, did you have any questions?
Yeah. I have no questions, thank you.
Richard?
I have none. Thank you.
Okay. And neither do I. Requirement for summary, Ms. Schabel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, any requirement for summary?
No, I simply, very briefly, I simply indicate that at the end of the day, I used an $8 rate, slightly in excess of the actual in place, and I stand by that rate.
You know, actually, Mr. Newman, I'm sorry. I do have a question for you. I apologize. I was wondering that rent that's in place, is that an arm's length rent at that $780? Yeah.
Yes, it's a social service agency that occupies the space.
Okay. And the classification, just to confirm, is class code 60 taxable, right?
Yeah, it is.
But you didn't file any liability.
I did not. And
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to open a can of worms there, but
I
I'm just
understand.
asking. Okay. All right. Thank you. That was my only question. I apologize. It was went into the rebuttal right away. Okay. So that concludes 120 Maryland. Now, last one on the docket. Item number 10, file number 22-2911. We're dealing with 3317 Woblin Boulevard. And we're dealing with a 2023 realty assessment. And Ms. Schabel, going to find your brief here. There we are. Okay, Ms. Schabel, please. 3317 Woblin Boulevard.
File number 22-2911. Roll number 01-000-914-500. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, In this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is 671,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building, we have existing lease at subject property at page number 2. It's occupied by Palmer Badger. They occupy 3,600 square feet, size 2016, at $14 per square foot. On page number, same page on the bottom, we can see the subject property located northwest of the city, southwest of the city, sorry. On page number 3, more air photos and street view of the subject property, one floor building. I have presented comparables on page 4, 5, and 6. It's a similar space, office space leases. I have 89 comparables. They showed average rent $16.01. It's range between $10 and $22.50. Our subject property marking the CLOM estimation on page number 7. We did assess 3,600 square feet or $12.80. I would like to remind the subject property rent for $14 per square foot. We did apply vacancy law similar for office space, 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot. In capitalization rate for this property, 6%. Our estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is 671,000. In that, the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newman, any questions of the assessors and information?
So, the capitalization rate of 6%, looking at the chart on page 9, it is below all of the brokers' capitalization rates for suburban B buildings, correct?
Correct, but it's inside 18th percentile of City of Winnipeg's statistical analysis, 5.6 and 6.9.
Yes.
And also Kohler showed a lowest range 6% to
Yes.
6.75
Well,
for
then,
suburban B.
so you're familiar with the evidence that's been given at hearings that the Collier's methodology includes closing costs, including land transfer tax in the sale price. You've heard that before, correct?
We can see on page number 9 of my brief, the Collier's rent for suburban B, 6% to 6.75%.
That's not my question. My question is, you have heard evidence before that the Collier's methodology to calculate capitalization rates includes the closing costs, including land transfer tax, correct?
No comments.
Well, have you heard that or not?
No comments.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Gail, any question, excuse me, of the assessor?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, any questions of the assessor?
None, thank you.
And I have no questions either. Mr. Newman, we're going to get to your brief, and there you are. Mr. Newman, when you're ready, 3317 Roblin Boulevard.
So the sole issue in this case is the capitalization rate. And I told you 5 hours and 49 minutes ago that you were, no, but 5 hours and 49 minutes ago at this point, and we're not done. But I told you that you were going to hear lots about capitalization rates. And so now I need you to think about the progression of capitalization rates. And here we have a building built in 1976. So it's, it's going to be in about a month, 47 years old. It's not young. It's a very ordinary building. There's nothing fancy about it. It is occupied by a very ordinary accounting firm. Nothing fancy about them. They do have signs on the building, though, unlike 374 River. But somehow we have a capitalization rate on this building that is dropping down to 6%. And we come back to this concept that the model seems to believe that investors who are buying smaller buildings forget their investment discipline and are prepared to badly overpay for smaller buildings, thus resulting in a lower capitalization rate. And I suggest to you that's not the case. When the assessor says to me in the face of the question, have you heard the evidence that Collier's methodology includes closing costs like land transfer tax? She doesn't say yes or no. She says no comments. And in a world I come from, the courts will often say, well, in the face of an answer like that, you should draw an adverse inference. But none of that matters because you've all heard it before. You know the Collier's methodology understates capitalization rates because it includes closing costs. So we have a rate of 6% for a very ordinary building in a very ordinary location, when all of the broker capitalization rates are significantly higher. And I say to you simply, the capitalization rate needs to be higher. The assessor says, remember, I'm using $12.80 a square foot in the model, and the rent is $14. And to that I say simply, remember, Madam Assessor, that the owners of the building and the tenant are the same people. This is a non-arm's length lease, and so the $12.80 is entirely appropriate for the location of this building, which is essentially in downtown Charlesville. So ultimately, I'm asking for a value of $575,000, which is found on page 13 of my brief, the calculation. I'm using all of the assessor's variables, including the net operating income, but I am increasing the capitalization rate from 6% to 7%, and that is my submission, subject to questions, except for one very final thing I will say to close all of this up when we're done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newman. Ms. Shabo, any questions on, I guess we're only dealing with the cap rate here. Any questions in general? Sorry.
Yes, I have question. Income expenses mailer on my page number 12 showed that existing lease, it's net lease. And you can say that it's book list, correct? Yes? It's between owner, create lease for himself, correct?
That's correct.
So it's misleading information and I eligible to ask for a penalty, correct?
It's not misleading information. The information is accurate in every respect. What I am telling you, though, is that the lease is entered into between the building owner, which is 3317 Roblin Boulevard, Inc., and the occupier of the building, which is the Palmer Badger accounting firm. It's two different entities. So the information is accurate in every respect.
So $14 per square foot, it's a market rent for this space, correct? And you still use $12.80.
It's the rent the parties put in place to facilitate their own needs.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shabo. Richard, any questions of Mr. Newman?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you. Gail, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, I'm just going to ask, okay, first of all, your requested value, would it be fair to round it up to $576,000?
Absolutely.
Thank you. My second question is, now we've had 9 properties on this docket. I believe you would agree that each one is considered a hearing de novo.
Yes.
What we often experience as a panel is information bleeding from one property to the next. You understand? I think you understand what you're saying, and it's done by all parties. But would it be fair that as a panel, we should just consider the evidence, questioning outside of the evidence presented at this individual property be considered as evidence when making a decision?
Well, except remember what we said at the outset of this hearing.
Okay.
Everything about capitalization rate that I addressed very extensively in the context of the first hearing would be carried over into the subsequent hearing.
Oh, yeah, I'm not disputing that at all. That was understood. I clarified that with you, but it's that wasn't what I was referring to. I was referring to when parties reference how an individual cap rate compares to another property heard on the docket itself. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not sure if you were doing that or you were just referring. Did I misunderstand that?
Well, I don't think I was doing that.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I just needed clarification. Yeah.
But what I will say to you, and I know you understand this, is capitalization rates don't exist in a vacuum. They exist as a consequence of the workings of the marketplace, the expectations of investors, and there is, and I said this at the outset, there's a progression that you see in terms of capitalization rates, depending on a wide variety of factors, but ultimately what it comes down to is the quality of the property relative to the availability of other investments in the marketplace and the expectation of return. So that's all I say to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newman.
But I do want to say one last thing.
Of course, yeah, summary, please.
No, it's not really a summary. It's 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
We've all been here for 5 hours. We've dealt with 9 properties in 5 hours. Did we really have to be here for 5 hours for these 9 properties? Respectfully, I don't think we did. I think what this needed was some conversation before the hearing. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. That's my final observation too.
Okay. Ms. Shable, any comment or requirement of summary?
Yes, our capitalization rate generated by model the assessment value. The assessed value produced in the application of this model generate capitalization rate were compared to sale price assessment to sale price ratio were calculated. Resulting ratio statistic for assessment taxation apartment income producing model satisfies the standard specified and set forth in the standard on ratio studies published by International Association of Assessing Officers. All capitalization rate generated by model statistical proved. It's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Newman, in regards to your comment, I think you would agree that both parties are entitled to present their evidence at the hearing in the fashion that they wish. So it's the process we live with, right?
It certainly is.
Yeah. Okay. We have heard all the items scheduled on this hearing. Pardon me. Sorry, that closes 3317 Robin Boulevard. That we have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much to both parties for appearing, and you'll hear from us as soon as possible. Thank you again.
Thank you. Have a great night. Bye.
Thank you.